Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And Ghost, it's so good to unsee you as well. My name is Damien Holm, a professional disruptor, and you are embarking on a stream where we chat about deep topics, compete, debate, break apart each other's paradigms, reforge anew, and come out better for the experience. We're also playing EverQuest Legends because it's a game that just came out last month, and it's based on EverQuest from 1999, the MMORPG that started all 3D MMORPGs. There were other MMOs before EverQuest, but they were all like 2D. It was a different era, right? Just like Mario games that are 2D versus Mario games that are 3D. It's kind of like that. We are level 41, playing a halfling, because halflings are amazing, and having a good time. So we're going to pop into that. And tonight's topic, the one that will kick us off anyways, but we can talk about whatever the heck you all want to while we're here this evening. Tonight's topic is if you were to choose a fantasy race to laud over all of the others, which one would you choose and why? Do you love elves? Do you love hobbits and halflings? Are you a gnome fan? Do you think that dwarves are better than everyone else? Explain yourself. Me, I will wait. I'll wait so that you all hang out with me. Hello! I can hear the alert this time. I heard that alert. I heard that one too. Thank goodness things are starting to work correctly on my stream again. Oh, it's been such a hassle these past couple weeks. Heroes to Atroa. How's everything in your world? Hi and welcome. Hey, the artist. It's so good to see you, dude. Half elf? Wait, why? So in a lot of lore, half elves get serious prejudice against them. Like the elves and the humans look down on your parents, basically. I don't think half elves themselves are getting they're not getting the shade because they're a half elf. They're getting the shade because of what their parents did to make a half elf. And so you get like proxy shade. And your humans and your elves are both like, I know what I know who your parents are. I know what they did, and I don't like you. I just don't like you existing because of all that. So why would you choose half elf specifically? I mean, I personally agree there's some great stats there. And some great maybe diplomacy in your future as you work to bridge the gap between the all too mortal and fast and crazy humans and the slow and immortal or longevous elven culture. Yeah, there's some stuff that you could work with there, I think. I'm doing better than yesterday. Oh, good, but still a bit ick. Trying some deep fried gyoza therapy. I don't know if fried anything is necessarily the answer to good. But it might make you feel good in the interim. That's exactly why they understand from both sides of the fence, so they're already aware of the bullshit to sum it up. Yeah, I guess, yeah. If you started out already having the world sort of against you or combative in some sort of way, like they're ready to be prejudiced, they're ready to hate you, they're ready to judge you based on something that you can't control. You were just born that way. It was a decision your parents made. So, you know, what the heck can you do? The best thing you can do, and you probably ought to do, I suppose, is show the world your merits, the benefits of being a little bit cooler than human, a little bit more lax and free and fancy free than your typical elf. Yeah, there's some good stuff to be had there. Knowing that makes you stronger. Yeah. I would agree. It's a Lycos. Hi, welcome. Thanks. I'm so excited to. I hope everything's working all right, or will work all right for you. I gathered a lot of so many first chats. Hi, Stuart. Yeah, I gathered some guru knowledge to make sure that if you're going to capitulate with me, I get you the best source material possible to make things to give you exactly what you were complaining about wanting a workaround for. So I hope it works. Yeah. Tro says there's a race that takes all of the best of elves and men, as well as inborn magical ability and physical prowess that outstripes either. They're called Valheru. Interesting. I mean, that kind of sounds like a half elf. So, kind of curious what the difference between Valheru and half elf would be. How do I points with Chatterino? Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. We might have to work out some sort of system to make that part happen. There are things I can do to skirt around limitations that you dislike, but it might come at a cost of the point system might not work the same way. I'm not quite sure on that one. Can't discuss in depth, says Stuart, but always a fan of half breeds in media. Why can't you discuss in depth? Oh, are you at work? Having to seek with not. Are you doing text to speech? Having to seek with not fitting into other or your people is always an interesting theme. I do like the concept of you may be heroic, you may be somebody who is trying to save the world, you're going to go on big adventures, but the world does not immediately love you. You're not being fed by the masses. You don't have people throwing panties at you on stage and naming their firstborn after you. It's hard. It's rough. I like those sort of stories a little bit better because being a hero that's not well appreciated gives a better metric than somebody who's beloved by all is kind of cliche and trite. Yeah, just overplayed. Got it working good enough so far. Excellent. Just need to figure out channel point stuff. Okay, cool. They're not related to men and elves in any way. Oh, they evolved before either existed. That's interesting. If I can't use points, that's not too bad. I can do a lurk on a stream in the browser and actually watch via stream. I mean, that's true. Yeah, you could make it happen both ways, I suppose. Might be a little more resource intensive, but not terrible. I should have probably taken a quick bio break before I started stream, but I didn't. So I'm going to do that now. Let me be right back. Empty my bladder bar. I have 99 out of 100 points. And if I sit here much longer, it'll hit 100 of 100, and then I will pee myself. And then I'll be sad the rest of the stream. And all I will talk about insufferably is how wet and smelly I am the entire rest of the stream. So, yeah, I'll be right back.
All right. Doc playing is Doc. Be healing.
Gato was asking if we wanted to fuck
Mickey
Mouse's
Goofy.
best friend.
Goofy.
Thoughts on Goofy Goofy the dog. I see what you say. I mean, if we were alone on a desert island or something.
There's nothing else and no one else. I guess we're chuckling along.
Yep.
I mean, I heard his cover of Evanescence, and I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the best cover of Bring Me to Life I've ever
Fucking
heard.
hell.
Wake me up. You haven't heard this? Go look it up. Go YouTube it. I'm gonna post it on this. Yeah. Did this seriously just happen? Did this seriously just happen? Sophia, you put your note in a shovel, Sophia. Okay. All right. What are we going to do? All right.
Okay. There you go.
Bath salts, things like that.
Bath salts. Sorry, that just maps to something else in my brain.
I.
But then if you say you're probably wondering what the fuck is my pee-pee, that's something very different.
Hey D, what's your pee-pee? Oh.
I'll show you in DMs later.
Ow! Yeah, it's a low shit. That means it's a horse.
I know.
For those who don't know. Sorry. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
What are you wearing?
I don't know. I just picked whatever.
Kind
you
of an
don't
intimate
actually
question
unlock
there.
anything fun for a long time. What was that? Oz?
And welcome back. Whoa, where did my voice go? Hi and welcome back. We're playing EverQuest Legends. My character is level 41. We are a halfling, a hobbit, if you will. And we are level 41 cleric, warrior, and bard right now. Cleric is my my main class or job, if you will.
What?
Well, hello, Jam. Jam, I always see you at the very end of my streams. It's nice to see you at the beginning of one. No offense. You could do what you want to do, but yeah, it's good. It's good to have you. That is a lot of lava down there. I don't want to accidentally fall down there. We're gonna be doing Solosec I think. What's Solosec B? Is that I or is Solosec A I?
Wait, with an American accent? R&R.
R&R. It's true. R&R. Bum, 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 bum. Races that are unique to the story, they're in also interest me. Oh, unique to the story they're in. Yeah, I would say so too. Like if the world is mostly human and then there's a dark elf, it's more interesting. If the world is all dark elf and then you got a little like gnome in the dark elf city, like what's that about? It's more fun to be more rare. Whereas if everybody's doing the same thing all together, I feel like in EverQuest, for example, there are so many ogres because ogre is so OP when it comes to melee classes. Like there's just so many freaking ogres. It's crazy to me. So being anything other than ogre is very controversial. It just comes down to stats that you start with, which later on it doesn't. You can really spec your character out into so many other things. It's not really a big deal. But yeah, it's awkward how many ogres I meet. I'm always at the beginning too. That's nice to know. It makes me feel good to know that you're hanging out. Even if we don't see you, even if we don't hear you, you're there. Love that this question kind of comes up in the DCC books. Can you explain what you mean by that? I don't even know what DCC stands for. Lumity, hi, welcome on in. Man, yesterday had so many YouTube chatters. It was crazy, although most of them were trolling. So I was like, do I ban them or do I just like mute them and let them talk to each other? there are a couple people I muted so that they were still in chat, but I didn't see their chat, which was funny because they were just trying their hardest to be, I don't know, whatever Toby Fox games make people be. It's just sad. It's kind of weird to have Ixar in a game that has no Kunark. I don't know if anybody knows that much about EverQuest, but the lizard people, there's 2 of them here, and this guy has a lizard pet, skeleton lizard pet guy. The lizards came in the first expansion to the game called the Ruins of Kunark, and the lizard people had their own continent, and it's cool. It's a very nicely built continent. It's very, very diverse and interesting and worth exploring. All the zones are fun. But that expansion hasn't released on this server, and so we're just playing on the vanilla game. But they let people be lizard people, as well as the Froglock race, which didn't come till later as well. Stir says in it apparently like 80 to 90% tends to stay their original race. I don't know what that is. Dungeon Crawl Classics. Dungeon Crawler Carl DCC. Gotcha. Interesting. Dang, Jam 65. Do you see what I see? It says Jam Gobar has been watching for 65 consecutive streams, and then below that says almost 69. Did you add that? Is that we're almost there? I'll hold my breath if you do. No, I will not hold my breath for 4 more streams. I'll probably die. In the DCC books, once you get deep enough into the dungeon, you can choose your race and class, like in an RPG. All right, that sounds fun. Yeah, we're going to hop in here. First, we're going to rebuff. Doesn't rebuff mean to, like, push somebody away? But it should also mean to cast your buffs over again. Sadly, there's a certain amount of Deltarune fans. I don't think it's just Deltarune. I felt the same way about Undertale. Oh, they just ruin it for all of us. The thing of it is that they can say spoilers, and if I don't really know the game, and I don't, then I don't even know if they're spoiling anything or not. They're just saying random shit in chat. And to me, honestly, there's a high chance I just forget what they say. Because they say things that don't apply in any way to the point of the game where I'm in. So to me, it's like I don't even catch that they're being a bad egg. It's weird. Yeah. All right, is everything properly set up here? Psalm of Cooling, that's the one we want for this area. Yes, yes, yes. This is cooling. We can use that one. These are good. All right. I think we're probably rebuke versus... Oh, rebuke. Yeah, maybe it's rebuke. No, doesn't rebuff mean something? Or no? Yeah, I'm right. I'm right. A rebuff is a blunt, sharp, or unfriendly rejection. I am right. A rejection of an offer, a request, or a friendly gesture. So you can say, she tried to help, but he rebuffed her. Which is weird, because also in my playing too many fantasy games mentality is like, you know, she tried amorous advances toward him, and then he cast all of his buffs on her again because they were almost expired. Yeah, rebuffing someone's advances is to turn them down. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I was thinking. Usually in a very rude or contemptuous manner. Oh man, why are there so many people here at the entrance? I can always, in this particular version of EverQuest Legends, the one that came out 1 month ago, the one that we're playing tonight, the Poison for Cusco. We can make our own instance of Nagafane's lair. I think Solosex I must be Soul A, and this is Soul B, Nagafane's lair. We're not going to go try to fight Nagafane. We're only level 40. 41 or whatever. Yeah, 41. So we probably can't fight a dragon. But there's so many people here at the entrance. I would suspect that we go in and we start trying to fight anything, and nothing would be alive, right? The whole zone. I don't know if it's true, but I feel like the whole zone is probably camped. This is also, we're getting into a part of this game, frankly, where I don't know what on earth is happening. Oh, that's like a big, that's like a, is this a trap? Can we do, I have disarm traps. Can't use disarm on that. I can't? Ow, it squished me. It squished my head. Why do I have the disarm traps ability if not to use on this? Oh, I did it. I did disarm traps. Well, we're going to maybe use the... Wait, it says you can't use disarm on that. There, it went up to level 3. Anyway, yesterday was full of some crazy people. Just absolute jerks. And I don't understand, like, if you love Toby Fox games, wouldn't you want people... Oh, I can just click on it? I don't have to use disarm traps as a skill. You use disarm traps as a skill and it says you can't do it. But if I just click... Wait. Let's open up skills. This is honestly kind of sad. It's sad. Disarm traps, 57 out of 120. So if I just keep clicking in this one spot, I'll just move this up to max level. I'm in the 90s, the 100s. Uh-oh. Is it not working? Oh, it's still working, but there we go. 120 out of 120. We did it. We're a successful disarmer of traps. Oh, hi. Oh, well, I guess we're fighting. I suppose we're fighting now. Neat. We increased our disarm trap in less than a minute. Yeah. No, it's crazy to me. If you're a fan of a certain IP, why would you want to ruin it for new players? Is that really important to people? Does that make sense? That if you really like a game, you hope other people decide they don't like it because the community is so toxic? I'm trying to understand, like, what people's thought. Maybe people just don't think about it. They just hate. They just want to mess with people online. And I mean, there's a demographic of people that they go online, they're hiding behind a keyboard, they've made a burner account, and so it super doesn't matter what they say or how they act. If they get banned, they'll just delete that account and make a new one. So to them, it's for the lulz. Maybe if they see somebody get upset, that's enough to keep to do it again later on. And I wonder if that's the Toby Fox Games community, is just a whole bunch of people that like to step into live streamers situation and just give them a real bad time. Just make sure that they have the worst possible experience playing the game. That's what it feels like to me, anyways, based on yesterday's stream, based on what I discovered through Undertale as well. Yeah, usually Undertale fans, Deltarune fans are synonyms. I imagine if you loved Undertale, you wouldn't stop there. You wouldn't say that's the only Toby Fox game I'll ever play, right? And similarly, you'd never play Deltarune by itself. That wouldn't make any sense either. It's because Undertale and Deltarune fans of a certain type just don't get it. Like, the fact that the community is known to be toxic doesn't stop them from doing it more. from trying to be from continuing to be more toxic in their future so that people do not want to live stream the game. Honestly, I will probably at some point, if I haven't already, I probably did it already, but I'll probably continue to mention this, that whenever I'm live streaming, I'll probably warn anybody who's in content creation, if you're going to stream a Toby Fox game, have a heart of steel, be really willing to ban and be fierce with the people that enter your chat. Or honestly, just play it as a VOD. Play it with no live audience, period. I imagine most people who want to play Undertale and Deltarune would benefit the most, would be the happiest they could be, playing the game with no audience. That's what I think. What do you guys think? Oh, hi, friend. These kobolds are very low level. I don't know if this is what I really wanted. Sounds like I missed a doozy yesterday. I don't know. It was just like a lot of juvenile attempts to like spoil the game's story for me. And a lot of what they said, because I don't know the game, just went over my head. In one instance, I eventually encountered a scenario where I was like, oh, somebody actually said this out loud in chat earlier. And now I see it in the game. Good job. You made it so I knew this line of dialogue through you first before I knew it through the game. Why? Why would you do that? It doesn't make me happy. Does it make the trolls happy? Are they happy that that happened? I don't know. Found a cool animated fight from Deltarune. May send it to you after you beat it. Okay, cool. I'd argue playing Deltarune without Undertale isn't too wild, but uncommon for sure. Interesting. I mean, if you're kind of out of the loop as to how the games relate to each other, maybe I could see it. Is somebody in here? I feel like this is a room where you would definitely find several enemies, and we find 0. So maybe there's someone here clearing the camps. Because, yeah, this definitely feels like... Uh-oh! I'm walking into Solisec A. Solisec's I. Yeah, we don't want to do that. This is lower level territory. We do not need to be here. We want Nagafine's lair. Well, well, well. It's a chaos. Hi and welcome. And one of these for you, for Shiggles.
Chaos! You fucking shit!
One thing I've seen streamers do is play through them as just chatting. It's a consideration. Honestly, I'll consider that. Because why do I need people to know what game I'm playing? Like if you're a fan of me already, you're gonna join my stream no matter what. I hope, I imagine. Whatever game I happen to play, you'll be here. Oh, yep. There's a dude hanging out here, fighting the room. I probably don't want to step on his tail, as it were. Is there water here? What is it? Oh, this is very transparent water. I didn't even know I was hopping into water. Let's hop back out. Yeah, I might try it that way. The lack of live audience makes Toby Fox games better. Yeah. I mean, if people really want my authentic impression of the game, doing it with 0 audience and just interacting on my own in an empty room, looking at a camera connected to nobody, might be the best way, perhaps. We'll see. There's too many. Yeah, I feel like there's too many people here. Hey, hi. Because this feels too empty. There's just like low level kobolds that aren't that much fun to fight. They're so much lower level than me. There's almost no reason for me to be in this area unless there's good drops to be had. Both my favorite fantasy races are from Mass Effect, Asari and Krogans. Interesting. Yes. Both good choices, honestly. And I feel like both are unsung. So many people would immediately turn to like Tolkien characters. And the world of Mass Effect is honestly underrated. I feel like there's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of world build there that if you haven't played a Mass Effect game, you really need to. Those are great choices. Yeah. Gotta fix that. Oh yeah, why doesn't that come up? Maybe I have to fix it on my end. Removing the game title would avoid the trolls trying to spread brain rot and spoilers. Maybe. I mean, to me, I imagine the people that I want in stream, all you guys mostly, who have already popped up here for an EverQuest Legends stream, I would suspect that you would find me, you would see the Discord message or whatever, and you'd pop in no matter what. And so maybe the game category doesn't need to be there at all. Yeah, that might be what saves toxicity. The only thing is like, for how many people I was exposed to while playing the game, I will also say that bad exposure is still good exposure. Like if I get exposed to 400 or 200 unique chatters on stream and they're all trolls, that's still, it tells the platform in question that I'm algorithm worthy and they should push my shit out to other newer audience members. Sometimes that can be a benefit even if I had a rough stream to make that happen, if that makes sense. Do I want to stay in a dungeon that I'm sharing with other people, or do I want to make my own instance? Well, hello. I think so far, just having other people around feels kind of nice. I honestly, when the world of MMOs started to do instanced dungeons, does it mean you get what you want? Yes. Does it mean you don't have to compete with strangers? Yes. That's very beneficial to a lot of people. I think a lot of people like that and prefer that gameplay style. I like randos until I don't, and I want to be able to turn them off if I can. So yeah, and I think a lot of us feel that way sometimes. But I see in the combat window a spam of people casting spells and stuff like that. And it does make me feel like I'm in a real world with real other adventurers exploring and fighting. And if somebody were to come across me and give me a beneficial buff or something, that would be fun. That would be cool. It'd be nice to be able to connect and interact with other players. It's, oh yeah, this thing. We can disable that. And we don't even have to use a spell, which means we can probably take disarm traps off of our hotkey bar there. We don't need it. Sonic bats. Oh, yeah, they scowl at me. That means they're ready to just immediately go aggro if they see me. Why not? That's the first thing I've found that's actually higher level than me. Yeah, to me, living in a world like Norath, like EverQuest has to offer, and being completely alone in dungeons all the time, I think would wear on me over time, honestly. But knowing that there are adventurers around, even though I don't see them regularly, just knowing that they're kind of here, parallel playing with me. There's one right there. Hi, friend. Oh, we hit 42. Excellent. I don't have spells for 42 handy right now. But what I do have is we're going to just fight our way through the dungeon. And we're going to see a whole bunch of blue chat, or blue text spam come up in combat. Because every time you start a new level, all of your capped spells and skills have got +5 to their cap, pretty much almost everything. And so we're going to see a whole bunch of blue text popping up on top of my character whenever I fight. What's going on? Why aren't we killing this thing faster? It's quick to go away too. As soon as you level, you're suddenly gaining all of these spell and skill ups, but you quickly hit your +5 cap as well in this version of the game. All right, done. I should try Mass Effect again. Tried the first game's remaster and couldn't get into it. I wonder if, like, I've played so many story-heavy games. I wonder if I really want to take on another franchise and do it on live stream. I do feel like a lot of people have loved the world build of Mass Effect, the story and everything, and that it might be worthwhile to stream. But I'm also trying to move to streams where we just are able to chat more. I think our favorite chats, or at least my favorite chats, were during streams where there was a game and maybe it was even a story heavy game, and therefore I just stopped. I was just like, you know what? If I move forward, if I talk to the NPC I need to talk to right now, then our chat stops at that point. So I'm just going to stop playing the game or move my character around, parkour around a room and hang out while we have the conversation worth having. Oh, did I intimidate that bat away? Oh, we're gonna fight half the dungeon now, I think. Yeah, I think I scared a bat away from me. I did. I see it. He's gonna have found a lot of friends, and we're gonna fight a whole bunch of enemies all at once. Hey, bat, where the heck? Where is he? He's got to be running back. Oh, snap. You brought spiders with you. All right. Wait, you only brought one spider? How much of Soul B did you navigate to try to find allies, and this is the best you could find? Pathetic. Pathetic. I do still feel, to some degree, playing story-heavy games, I could just play them for 3 times as long as everybody else plays them. Because we stop and I just walk around in circles and we have our deep conversations and then we get back to the game. There's a certain prosody to that I think maybe some older fans of me are just used to. But I'd also kind of rather focus more on games like Factorio and Minecraft and EverQuest, where I could just do most of the game and not focus too much on playing and focus more on us chatting and hanging out and conversing and be more of an experience where I'm present. I'm not present for the game. I'm present for you. And the game's just like parsley. It looks good on the plate. Oh, let's see. We'll kill this noxious spider and move deeper. This, again, I just hadn't really gotten deep into the vanilla EverQuest world so much. And so me being in this particular zone is relatively new content. It's original EverQuest content, but it's new to me. Because by the time I was in my 40s with the first character, I got to 40s. I think at minimum, the first expansion was already out. And therefore, I was mostly playing on the continent of Kunark and doing other stuff besides vanilla content. What is this? AC 8, Save, stamina, low intelligence, dexterity. Why would I want high stam, high dex, but low int robe? I guess I'll keep it just in case, because I do want to do a caster next after we level up this particular triad, cleric, warrior, and bard. Minecraft streams would be neato. Maybe. I feel like when I'm playing Minecraft and we're having deep conversations, I don't actually talk about Minecraft, and I don't like, I'm not actually building stuff. I'm just sort of, Minecraft is just there in the background, and then I talk with you. So I don't know if it's like the best option if you like Minecraft that I would stream that. I'll consider it though. We run our own Minecraft server out of our house, but it's not for the mass public. I just don't trust people. There's so many trolls out there. So we only let a few key individuals in. Give me regen. There it is. Thank you. I think a lot of people who are old school Minecraft players really like seeing modded Minecraft, and that's either you modify the gameplay so that there's lots more to do besides the way the vanilla game runs, or you modify the visuals so that it's pretty to watch. And I don't run either of those. I don't have any visual mods on, and I also don't modify the way that the actual game plays either. You cannot see your target. What's going on with this bat? Why can't I see this bat? Bat, come here. Come above ground. So, okay, it looks like I think there's slash you now. Somebody behind me too? I thought I saw other combat numbers above me. I do. There must be somebody above me right now. I made a big mess on the server and called it a city. No, it's great. Nobody dislikes what you've done. People are generally dicey in terms of trustable. Yeah, when it comes to, I mean, so I've been playing Minecraft a long ass time. I was in the Minecraft beta, if that says anything. Might have been in the alpha, actually. I've played Minecraft a very, very long time. And the early servers, like some of the very first servers for the game, you'd be playing, you'd join the server and somebody would have destroyed spawn. So you spawn in and your character falls to their death. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's rough. But, I guess that's the way this server works. And people were constantly undermining and destroying each other's works. Somebody would build a really interesting thing, and then somebody else would come along and basically do Minecraft graffiti on it. Is there somebody else behind me? There is. There's more Sonic Bats. You guys are not really good loot sources, and you're all lower level than me. So I also don't think you're great experience. What I need to do is find the next more interesting place than this one. Because this ain't it, fam. But yeah, I think we learned early on that playing Minecraft on public servers especially meant you were subject to the worst of gamer communities. People that were just interested in seeing, not even seeing, in just ruining other gamers' experiences and not actually seeing it for their own eyes. That's the weirdest part, is because in those early Minecraft servers, you didn't really know who you were messing with. You would just see something beautiful that somebody crafted and you'd be like, all right, well, I'm gonna add some magenta blocks here. I'm gonna take out a quarter of the blocks over here. And we're just really gonna mess with them. Death beetles. Okay, we are fighting something different. Hi, friends. Yeah, and it's one thing if the people you are griefing are there. You can see their reactions, they can type in chat, or you can hear them over voice, or, you know, if you're actually playing with other people in real life. Like, that kind of stuff is interesting to some people. If you love bullying others in a video game, I guess I mean to say, then you can do that in Minecraft and other games, and then you can see their actual reactions if they're playing with you or something like that. But most of the time in the early Minecraft alpha days, people were just destroying other people's works because it was a thing to do. They were bored, so why not? For me, it was a Tuesday. You know what I mean? That's maybe the one reason why we don't make our server public, is because there would inevitably be somebody out there that would just want to come in and ruin things for the sake of ruining. I just want to see the world burn. I don't know why. Just do. The thing about being a warrior and a cleric, warrior means I can take so much damage from so many enemies all at once, and it really doesn't bother me. And the cleric part is, even as my health slowly erodes away, because I'm not doing crazy damage, I'm just here slowly whittling away at my enemies, but I do eventually take too much damage, I can just heal it all back. And all that hard work that they put in to try to destroy me, I just spend a little bit of mana and negate. It's sad. I feel bad for these guys. Also, I logged into normal EverQuest, and I found that the original Winnie is still very much alive and well. EverQuest, the company that runs the plain EverQuest, they don't delete any characters. Although I might have let a character or two. I think I might have deleted a character out of spite. One person that I was so mad because of what EverQuest did to them that I deleted them. But the characters that I didn't delete, including the very first one I ever made in EverQuest, was a Wood Elf Ranger. They still exist. They still exist. I feel like going down this way would be the way toward our dragon friend. Let's fight some more lava beetles and see if we can find some stuff that's like a little bit higher level for me. I don't need too much higher level than me, but I do need like maybe mid 40s, maybe around 45 to start getting better loot and experience, because these guys ain't it. I fought a whole bunch of blues and I'm almost at like 1/5 of my experience bar, which is not terrific. It's just so. These lava beetles aren't it. What were we just talking about? Oh, yeah. So I found the original Winnie that I based this character off of, a halfling warrior. This one is a cleric for starters, but has warrior in her triple class. But the original Winnie. And the reason why I wanted to go into OG EverQuest and look for Winnie in the first place is because I sort of forgot what her last name was. I looked up some cool halfling last names online and found Duskmere, and it just seemed like a cool thing to put on a halfling or hobbit sort of character. I was like, cool, yeah, let's do it. But I knew it wasn't the original Winnie's last name. And so I looked for her last name, and I remember she wore mostly blue armor. And I think that might have been a warrior thing back in the day. Like in your 30s, you could start a warrior quest and start getting blue armor. I think that's right. And so I think playing off of blue and me being a one-hand slash character back in those days. I am too here with this character right now, but it's not a forever thing. I decided to name the original Winnie once I got access to adding a surname. I called her Winnie Skyblade. And it just sounded too much like Skywalker. It was just very Star Warsy, not very inspired. It was kind of whatever. So I didn't stick with it. I kept Duskmere, the name I found just randomly online. Oh, there's another bat. It's a 40. Do I really want to try to pull it? Or do we just keep going further, deeper in? I feel like we're getting to a place where... Uh-oh. This is actually not necessarily where I want to go, is it? Because this will lead me back to Soul A, which is the higher... the lower level creatures. Oh, there's another spider here. The spiders are actually not bad experience. They're yellow, which means they're higher level than me. Yeah, Skyblade just sounded... it sounded like young me. And it was, you know, when I played EverQuest as a youngin'. It was like, all right, Winnie Skyblade is very much... Well, you're wearing blue armor, which she was at the time, and you're wielding a sword, a one-hand slash sword. I guess you're Skyblade. But here, Duskmere sounds more nuanced, more deep, more mature. Miss Winnie has seen some shit. All right, so let me answer my own question here. The prompt of the night is, what's your favorite fantasy race and why? A lot of you aren't saying why, actually, so maybe I'll press you now if you have voiced your favorite fantasy race, but you didn't really give a good explanation as to why. Now you better explain yourself. If I had to give one myself... What would it be? What would my favorite be? Oh, Silk and Drape again? We can merge those. I think for me, gnomes have been the most interesting out of all the fantasy races because a lot of depictions of gnomes they're quite tiny. Some are excruciatingly tiny, like very, very tiny creatures. And in their tininess, I think we need to go this way. Down into spider caves first. Which means we are going to be fighting some higher level stuff. Hi, friends. Being tiny and then also going off and doing heroic things, to me, just sort of hits different. It's kind of fascinating to see a big, burly creature like a huge barbarian or half giant or whatever go off and like crush things. That's kind of fun in its own way. But seeing the underdog win is great, which is why I think The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, like a lot of people love those stories because, oh, it's a very, very tiny person and they still manage to be very heroic. That's great. I don't mind that. But gnomes, I think, are even smaller. Even in Dungeons and Dragons, like your gnome is not very, very tiny. They're not like some sort of pixie or anything like that, but they're still shorter than and smaller than dwarves and halflings. They're the smallest of the like slight, smaller, the lesser sized, lesser height races out there. And so I like that sort of underdog mentality, but I also love tinkering and engineering and fooling around with shit like that. When I was young, we moved next door at one point in my life. Oh, got another AA. Moved next door to a junker at one point in my life. And he had a son that was only 3 years different in age than me. And we used to hang out and we'd go to, I would usually go over there and a junker's land is always so interesting. They have old, decrepit vehicles, cars, and trucks and trailers and all sorts of stuff. They have old electronics, old radios, and CRT TVs, and just old sort of stuff. And some of it's useless, and so you could just break it open, pop it apart, and see what's inside. And my friend's dad, the junker himself, often let us. Oh, hi. There's friends invading this area. Hello. I see your pet running back and forth in here. It was just such a cool experience, a cool vibe. And a part of me fell in love with the idea of I could just hang out in garages with my own set of like cool, weird tools and just pick apart stuff and recombine it and sell things and remake them and sell them at a profit. And what an interesting life to take the world's trash and garbage and broken things and bring them back into life. Or just there's just so much cool. I don't know, to me, I love the Iron Man tinkerer sort of mentality. It's very interesting to me. Oh, there's so many poor souls stuck and trapped there. Their very souls sucked out of their bodies, and they're still here, caught. Okay, I think this is the way we need to go. Oh, yeah, this is the way. This is going to lead us to the deeper, darker depths of Solasek, of Nagafane's lair. Look at this. Look at this. Suddenly everything is very... It's not caverns anymore. It's civilized. That's what I was going for. We found civilization. Yeah, and my point, just a very long way around getting to the point where gnomes are often depicted as tinkerers, and people could just like take bits of metal and scrap and this and that and turn it into really cool. I love that part of the lore of gnomes. The gnome tinkerer that like sits in a workshop and makes cool shit out of unsuspecting stuff. Love it. Oh, amongst the little folks, I love Kender from the Dragonlance series. I don't really think I know about Kender. Can you fill me in? I don't know that I've read enough Dragonlance to understand. Choosing a favorite fantasy species / race is hard for me, but I really like Tolkien's Ainur / Maiar because of the interesting theological ways you could examine them and use Tolkien to examine Christianity. And wasn't he like good friends with C.S. Lewis? So between the two of them, I'm sure Lewis was very much talking Christian lore and theology in the world of how do you accomplish this in fantasy writing. And I wonder how much of that was an influence on Tolkien as well. I think you're dropping frames. I could be. So I dropped the ball last night. I forgot to mention, and today I should mention it as well. I added one functionality, and I am on the very low end of streamers who can do this based on my my setup, what I have built into my my machine. And that is I've added enhanced broadcasting through Twitch. That means that I am doing some rendering of other stream resolutions into Twitch, and I'm also creating a Twitch side stream in addition to the main stream, the horizontal one, where I render a vertical stream that sends to them as well through my vertical plugin. The vertical plugin's already been there for a long time. It just getting it to also send to Twitch for some reason involves a little bit of extra overhead, and it might be. Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of folks here hanging out. You're all hanging out with the Voidling instance maker person there. I haven't dealt with that kind of stuff yet. So maybe that's how you end up being able to connect up with a way to make your own connection to giants and Nagafane and the dragon and all that sort of stuff. Like this room here that looks like if I weren't playing with other people, I would totally run into a whole bunch of baddies. Oh yeah, there's some fire giant warriors here. They are way higher level than me. Those are 53. I'm 42. If I fought one of those, I think I'd be safe, but fighting multiples would be a lot more dangerous. The point being, me turning on Twitch vertical is not oh god, yeah. 51. What about your friend over there? 51. I could fight one of you. Or I could try to charm one of you. Let's try to sleep one of you and pull the other one, yeah? So, yeah, if it continues to drop frames, especially if you see if you hear my audio skipping randomly, like maybe every 15 to 30 seconds, you hear my audio shifting forward a little bit and you missed something and it keeps happening and happening, I'll disable it. I don't need the Twitch vertical stream to work right now until I do some significant upgrades to this machine to make it happen without this is such an old game too. I have so little running in the background besides this. But yeah. Just let me know how it works out. Let me pull this and then I'll read your thing about Kender. You out of range. Okay. We want to cross this, I guess. Oh, well, we're fighting them both. Never mind. This is happening. Okay. We're here. And we're gonna fight 2 level 51s at level 42. That's just how it do. That is what we're gonna do right now. Good luck me. Damn. Oh man, these guys hurt. These guys hurt quite a lot. So Kender are as small as gnomes, but slender and slight, built like an elf or fairy. I've seen some. Oh jeez, I'm taking so much damage right now. Hang on. You guys are doing way too much damage to me. Way too fast for me to survive this. Hang tight, friends. Oh, I'm losing all my mana just trying to hang out with these guys. It would be nice if I had a... yeah, I'm taking way too much damage. This is definitely the way to Nagafane. And these guys are too powerful for me. The good news is, when I die to them, inevitably, I don't lose anything for doing it. Ew. The problem is I have no mana. Very soon I will be devoid of mana. That will make things a lot harder for me to survive. Ew. I can only be so clerical. I can cleric up the wazoo, but at some point they're gonna win me by attrition. Because I can heal only so far, and then I run out of mana, and I've run out of mana. Yeah, that's it. Slain. Cannot fight 2 of them at the same time. Yeah. We'll go back to the beginning. Okay. Well. Kender is small for as small as gnomes, but slender and light built like an elf or fairy. They keep their hair long and in a ponytail. That's interesting. The hallmark of the race is they're both insatiably curious and completely immune to fear. That's interesting. Most of that curiosity turns them into irascible rascals or thieves, but if ever caught with something stolen, are surprised as the victim because to them they were just satisfying curiosity in a perfectly well-intended way. That's cute. It's like, don't hate me. I didn't know what I was. I was so interested in learning about you and your stuff that I've put in my pockets. You've had this spinning circle a few times. Okay. So that's like a buffering issue and not so much a drop of frames. Like when I'm talking, you might hear a word get skipped over, or the audio feel like it got squished where parts of it were dropped. That would be the biggest thing. Is if I'm dropping frames on my side, I do see a 0.3% dropped frames, which is higher than 0. And I usually see 0 for drop frames, but you would normally hear it in terms of audio, where as you're listening to the sound of my voice, some words might drop part of a syllable or an entire syllable, only on occasion. That's how it usually works out. Lewis and Tolkien were pretty good friends with rather different views on theology and literature. Tolkien pulled a lot from Germanic paganism. And the fact that they were friends is pretty cool. They must have had immense patience and respect for each other to say, I am decidedly different from you, and yet I'm willing to hang out and be your buddy. Good for them. That's Kendra right there. Nice. All right. Let's get my myriad cleric buffs back on. And maybe we won't shoot the moon and go quite that high. But maybe what I'll have to do is, because there's so many people hanging out here tonight, is pop into my own instance. As much as I love playing this game, having a lot of other people around, maybe it's not the safe and smart thing to do. There's just too many folks with me. Let's see. Let's see if creating an instance works. Looks like it's working. This window doesn't always pop up. Sometimes they disable it, I think, because people have been messing with the personal instance stuff. I don't know why, and I don't know how they're doing it, but there might be some exploitation occurring. Hang on, let me move this over here. For those of you that don't normally watch the Streamer of Oz because of the games that she might choose, she's currently tonight doing diamond art. If you don't know what that is, go check out the Streamer of Oz and you can see for yourself. There's some really interesting stuff going on. She's quite the crafter. And I think she spent a lot of her life not being able to explore her full creative potential. And so we're in a reclaiming of all the things that she ever wanted to do when she was younger. Like now that she's in a phase of her life where we can kind of do some of the stuff. Not that it's expensive. It's usually some pretty cheapy stuff. But more the time, the resources, the space, and all of that to make crafty stuff happen. We're trying our best to make it all happen. Be like, Oz, you deserve a world in which you can show your creative prowess and just be the powerhouse that we all want you to be. Yeah, I like the idea of the Kender. It sounds like Gnome on steroids. Like what I like about Gnome plus just everything else that would make Gnome even cooler. It's like, yeah, it's basically like a very cool version of Gnome. I don't know if this is the place I really want to be. Everything's so low level here. Maybe the gear's good, though. I've also been looking... Oh, man, I'm fighting everything in here. I've also been looking at the possibility of streaming from Oz's machine, like during daylight hours. I said a long time ago I wanted to catch up on streams that I missed in July, but trying to figure out a way to do that when school started for the kiddos, and time and budgeting of resources have been hard for Oz and me lately. But I'm wondering if there isn't a way to set up all of the configuration files, all of the files that are not running broadcasting software and all that stuff, but sort of the how things look and where things live and what art resources go into a stream and all that kind of stuff. If I could cloud save that kind of stuff, like in a folder that is cloud synced, so that it is both local and syncable between my machine and Oz's machine. I wonder if that's the solution to making sure that I would have everything set up here, everything set up on Oz's machine, and have it identical between the two. And then streaming would feel pretty easy, pretty straightforward. I could just go live anywhere. And then if I made a little change, like, oh, I want to, my chat window is a little off kilter. Let's fix that. That it would be fixed in both locations at the same time. Wouldn't be doing twice the work. The only issue I can see is the machine and the microphone might be a little different, so you'd have to tweak your settings. I suppose that's true. Oz's machine is better than mine, though. So if I do all the setup originally on my machine, then having that transfer over to Oz's should be easy. It's then I have more resources, more video card support, and more everything to do something on Oz's machine than I would have on my own. Historically, when we had budget or a friend to step in and say, hey, I want to help, and I've got this old graphics card or some extra RAM that I want to provide for you and help you guys out, it used to go to me first. I'm not quite sure why. I guess that's just how things were between us. And we both agreed. I was like, I don't particularly like this. I prefer if you get stuff first and then me. It's just how it just makes me feel more comfortable. And she was like, yeah, I like to get stuff first too. I was like, well, then it's decided. You want a better machine than I do. I want you to have a better machine than I do. We'll both be happier if you're happy first. And yeah, that sort of decided it for us. I think every relationship needs to have those kind of conversations. You know, there's equality where two people are receiving exactly the same thing in a relationship. And sometimes that's the right answer between two people. All things as equal as you can possibly get. But in some relationships, and ours is this way, we don't need equality, we need equity. And I hope I'm using these terms right. That we don't necessarily receive the exact same inputs and the exact same outcomes and support, but we receive based on our needs. And it took us a while to get comfortable with this, but we both sort of agree that Oz has greater needs and deserves greater support so that she gets to her baseline first. I am less requiring. I want to say like less needy, but that sounds really negative. And we don't perceive this as a negative situation. But because where my standards are, I say, you know, I received this, this, and this, and I'm good. For me, that's enough. That's sometimes what a relationship really needs to experience so that both parties are happy. And for us, that's exactly what it is. That as long as one of us is a little bit more supported than the other, we both feel equitable in the relationship, that we're both receiving the right amount to feel relatively comfortable and supported and ready to go forward based on what we're receiving. And neither one of us feels resentment toward the other person. Like, oh, you're being treated like a princess and I don't get anything. What's fair in that? We don't feel that way. We don't feel that way. We feel like we're doing well. We're both receiving what we need to receive, compromising where we need to compromise, and it all feels proper for us in our relationship, that is. Possibly there's a chance that some weirdness happens, and even though your machine isn't as good, you'll have issues you don't know about. I'm willing to try and then do live production. There's been so many times where I've started a stream and been like, oh crap, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, I can't hear this, the audio's garbled here, or yeah, it's not routing properly there. And then we figure it out eventually. Hey, Nate, I'm gonna ruin your name. What would you like to be called? Naoya, or Zenin, or the whole thing? Give me a good nickname for you. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Because we're playing a game like EverQuest where I can sort of auto attack and think very minimally at best to try to fight these battles. These chats on Saturday nights are usually really deep connective. Like, I'm engaged with you all. I'm not catching up on chat because I had to focus down on something for so long. It's you guys and me hanging out and talking. And the game is just sort of there for eye candy purposes, I guess. As best as a 1999 visually graphical game. The wall is cut open. You can see the lava underneath the world. I don't know if I would call this eye candy per se. But yeah, here we are. Oh, I'm fighting every kobold in this whole dungeon. Let me move over here so I can at least face you all. Which is better for my ability to block and parry and riposte. What is this? Is it good? Carnal Pauldrons? Is it good? Do I want it? What do I have? Adamantite Epaulets. AC 11 versus AC 10. Oh, but I have a +2. But that's a +1. Okay, so it's basically comparable there. But those are dexterity and save void. Whereas I have wisdom. I'm going to stick with what I got. We're going to sell that. I don't want it. I don't want it. Let's fight the shaman next. You used the terms correctly. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. I feel this way. I think I learned this from other friends' relationships before Oz and I met each other. I was in relationships before I learned this idea, but I don't think it worked out as well because I was often fighting for equality, and I don't think that was always the right thing to do per se. I think equity is the better standard. But yeah, especially I have friends who, when they became parents, they have one boy, and they quickly found out that in their relationship, the husband had a requirement of like 7 to 8 hours of sleep every night. Without that sleep, he was just a mess, a wreck. Things were awful. Oh, Kobold King, can we just pull you? It's going to be a really bad decision. He's right there. I think I have line of sight on him. Who the hell is this guy? Targan the Rock? He's mad at me. He doesn't like me. I think we're going to pull this guy and pull everybody else along the way. We're really going to mess this up. Let's just do it. Why not? Why not? Boop. Come on. Oh, they just teleport. Okay. I mean, that's kind of better because they could pull everybody between me and them, and they didn't. I took a lot of damage right then, though. But that's interesting. That is very interesting. You have lower level things here. I think I want to kill them first. But yeah, the husband, he would need, 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night. And the wife, she would only need like 5 hours. And the proper arrangement between them two for equality is, both get the same amount of sleep. With kids, especially with babies, you usually can't do too much in terms of, well, the parents need massive amounts of sleep, so let's afford them that sleep. You can't always do that. So really, what might have happened if they were fighting for true equality was 5 hours of sleep both. And one of the people in the relationship would have been comfortable with that, and the other one would have been suffering immensely. That doesn't feel fair once you look at the actual outcomes, Oh. Let's get Targan the Rock. Why is there a human monk here? Why are you upset at me? Why do you not like me? And why am I about to kick your ass? Whereas I think the right thing to do is establish outcomes. You and your partner, you and whoever you're in a relationship with, you and the world should recognize that people have different needs. And if you are lacking in resources and you can't meet everybody's needs, that's okay. Maybe you only can meet 3/4 of everyone's needs. That sucks, but it's something. It's a start. And so you try to meet 3/4 of everybody's needs. So everybody is lacking a little bit, but they're all lacking equally. So they're all having the same bad time. If you were to go with equity over equality, you're guaranteeing that everybody feels like at least the outcomes are fair. Whereas if you go with full equality, you get this idea that we're all receiving the same inputs, but it's not taking into account the way that the output affects us and how much worse this is for me in the long run than it is for you. It's just, honestly, it's just using empathy a little bit more than what I think people do on a day-to-day basis, unfortunately. Okay, so we've already got a few interesting things here. Code of Zan Phi. What is this and why? Why do I want it? It gives only 2 strength, and it goes in one of your hands. So I don't understand why you would carry this ever. But we have it. I'm gonna sell it, probably. I think I'm just gonna sell it. Fine Steel. Painbringer. That's a named sword. It has ratio of 0.304. It is nowhere near as cool as my short of the Yakesha, however you pronounce it. So I think we're sticking with what I got. I'll probably sell that too. This Kobold King, though, he's level 42. I'm level 42, but he's taking absolutely forever to kill. Oh, never mind. He died. I bitched about the drop rate. Runed Mithril Bracer. This is a wrist piece, looks like. So here's my wrist. This is AC 7. Do I want AC 5? I think I actually do. AC 7, I drop by 2 AC, which isn't ideal, but I get 4 strength, which is fantastic. I get 6 wisdom, which is cleric main is fantastic. This is absolutely better in almost every way. And I get some other stuff here. Focus Exaltation. Can we talk about what this is? What is Focus Exaltation? This allows me to get Reagent Conservation 3. Reduces the chance that spell reagents will be consumed by up to 15%. Oh, neat. This bonus will decay on spells over 80 or over level 60. Okay, nice. That's just an absolute win in every which way. So let's loot that and replace my iron shackles. Iron shackles are no trade, I imagine. Yeah, we don't have to do anything with that. We'll just destroy those. Have we received enough AA points to get the next Steadfast Will? That costs 12 AA points. That's ridiculous. That's a lot. That's a whole heck of a lot. All right. We will not. Can I pull those guys over there from that room too? Wait, can I just jump over there? This might be a bad idea. Ooh. Yeah, that was a little scary. And it turns out you cannot actually get into their room from here. Never mind. Is there another way over there? Looks like you'd be able to just walk over. Hi. Hi, hi. Oh, a priest started to respawn. Yeah, that should be better. Yeah, and I think this is true in all things, right? When we look at systems where 2 people are going to be sharing an experience together, we often look at ways of making the situation equitable, even if equal isn't an option. And I'm going to pick something that's incredibly waspy and ridiculous to explain this, but let's talk about golf. If you golf with friends, which I do not and I've never, but let's say you do, you establish ahead of time what kind of experience they have and you have, and a rough understanding of how well or poorly you can do a golf. And then you play together, playing the same game, the same holes, with your, albeit different equipment and different skill set, but you figure out how to even the playing field so that whoever wins is based more on how they did against their own personal skill than how they did against their opponent, which might be somebody ridiculously better or worse at the game than them. And so, yeah, you're evening the playing field, right? A handicap is what it's called in golf. So why wouldn't we do that for more things in life, especially in our relationships? Everybody takes on a handicap. Probably in relationships, people don't want to use that particular term. It feels weird. But the concept is sound. It's the idea of, I want to be as exhausted as you at the end of the day. I don't want you to be more exhausted. I want us to be the same exhausted. I want you to feel as productive as you are able by the end of the day. And I want to feel as productive as I am able. And if that's 50% our total productivity, I want us both to feel at 50% of our individual productivities. And that feels fair and equitable that way. That's what I'm talking about. It makes better sense than holding everybody to absolute standards, because absolute standards just don't work. There's a reason why when people play first-person shooters, I'm just going to use everything in the book, every weird analogy that doesn't necessarily make sense, but we're going to do it anyways. This has a lot of hit points, but then the agility, I don't know if it's necessarily great. You know, I'll hang on to it. Maybe I'll use it, maybe I won't, I don't know. But if you're playing a first-person shooter like a hero game or something, Overwatch or Marvel Rivals or something in that vein, and you're playing with somebody who's on console while you're on mouse and keyboard, you're gonna trounce them. And so some of those games have different leagues, so only console can only play with other console players, just to keep things more fair, equitable, so nobody's upset, and it just feels like you're giving everyone the experience that they deserved. That's what I think. The world needs more of that. Okay, what is this? Bronze helm. It's just AC 10, no other stats. I have a feeling our helmet is significantly better. Looks cool though. I want to be able to wear it. All right, friends. Come on down here, I guess. Cannot see target. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. I can't see you from here. Do I have to come up there? I feel like I have to come up there. My friend. Oh man, lots of stuff came over. Hi, everybody. It's fine. It raises an interesting point that somebody wrote an article about, and I actually read this. I don't know how I feel about the fact that I read this article, but I read this article, and now I have opinions. Somebody who works for OpenAI, that's the company that makes ChatGPT. They were writing an article about the possibility of the future of AI as maybe a means to lead governments. And you might think that's completely antithetical to the United States. We would never do anything like that. And you might be right. Maybe the US would never have a... well, I don't know. Actually, it sounds kind of plausible. But the idea that the US may never have an AI politician guiding us and making choices for us. Oh, there's the king. Shit. Yeah. I feel like Americans would probably balk at the idea of having any sort of AI leading and choosing policies and deciding the best course for us as a country, what freedoms we have, what we should and shouldn't do with our resources and all that kind of stuff. America would be like, hell no, we're not going to trust that to an AI at all. And yet I also, on the other side, feel like politicians, especially senators, when it comes to reading the plain text of a bill that they have to vote on or veto or whatever, not veto, but just they have to decide upon whether to pass it down the chain of the legislative branch, that they would probably today be more prone to say, hey, Chat GPT, tell me, summarize in one paragraph what this bill is trying to get across and if there are any dangerous riders. And then tell me how my constituents feel and how I should vote to keep my job. and then maybe that's how they work it out. I don't know. I'm just guessing. That's not necessarily how everybody in politics runs, but a number of people for many years in Congress have decided that they will do things at the lowest denominator, the lowest possible amount of work that they can while still keeping their jobs. And so maybe it's not too far-fetched to think maybe AI would replace a number of politicians. Maybe not at first overtly, but that we have a politician and they don't tell you what they're doing behind the scenes, but instead of them hiring a human assistant to do the work, they just use an AI assistant, and it's like the same thing at some point. All right, let me pause and see. Is this shield that I just got better than what I've got on me? Spiked Buckler has a wee bit more AC and some saves that this one does not. But this one, Shield of the Slain Unicorn, is also piercing. It's AC, but it also does damage. I kind of want to try it. I kind of want to try this. Is that weird? Can we try it? I'm gonna loot it. I'm gonna try it. That is just fine steel. We're gonna sell that. We're gonna merge the runed mithril wrist. Now it's a +1. Can we put this in the... Yeah. So now we have a shield that also seems to be able to do damage. And it's also upgradable. And then bronze girdle, that's a wrist. Or sorry, waist, right? What do we have on waist? Oh, the flowing black silk sash. Yeah, we're not gonna use this. It's useless. Useless to me. Do we have more stuff respawning here? Because I feel like these rooms have been a lot of fun. It's been a great place to just have a bunch of kobold. Not too difficult. Actually, it's basically useless in difficulty. Yeah, we'll see if my health precipitates, falls dramatically with this shield. It's only 2 less AC. And I feel if we got some more of the same shield and we could stack it, we would increase the AC and it would be beneficial that way. Yeah. Do I feel like, hang on one sec. Did this camera doing what I need it to do? There it is. It was slightly off. I had a hunch. All right. So I did say earlier, when actually before the stream started, that there's a reason why we're starting stream late again, and that I would actually share it with the audience, because why not? Just to keep you in the inner loop. And the fact is, a town in the next county, city, whatever you want to call it, in the next county over, was having a festival of sorts, like music festival. Oh, cool. So we decided to get together and head over there. And they had a bunch of different acts kind of all over. There's one part of the city that is sort of like an old historic area with old historic houses. They were able to cordon off all the stuff so that you could just walk the streets and you didn't have to worry about cars. And there are a lot of vendors there selling their wares, lots of music. And yeah, we just wandered around, listened to a bunch of different music and hung out and did a bunch of different things. It was all outdoors and it was all hot. It's still very much summer here where we live. And at least we really wore out the kiddos. There was even a like a children's center that happens to be in this neighborhood. And so we got the kiddos involved in children's center activities. And that included crafts and play and a bunch of other stuff. They were able to meet up with the other kids and hang out and do stuff with them. So it was good. It was a fun time for all. And we then needed to get food, needed to get gas. We got home. It was super late. The kiddos were not so tired, but actually kind of like amped up. Oh, great. Amped up. That's not exactly where we wanted you to be by the end of the night. But they eventually got sleeping. And that's why I'm late this evening. I'm usually late most evenings since 2024, maybe. I feel like me being late to streams is just a regular thing. But also, if I set my stream time later, I feel like bad things will happen. So I do want to keep my stream time set to earlier because I think it's an incentive for the universe to hold me more accountable, and that I am not as late as more than an hour if I can help it. But yeah, we had a fun, wholesome time. Kiddos had a good time. Oz and I had a good time. And we saw a lot. We heard a lot. I wouldn't say outdoor music or city music festival is necessarily my jam. I don't think I really heard music that I enjoyed. But the experience of being with a lot of other people and just seeing what the world is up to outside of my own house. Sometimes it's good for clarity and resetting my brain space sake. I also feel like the world just really does not we don't engage with each other. It's dexterity and mana. I don't know why anybody would want this. Shadow Knight, Bard, not really. Not for cleric or warrior. Why would I need dex? That's not how I really want to build this guy. Yeah, if we don't periodically get out of our houses and interact with strangers and see what the world is kind of up to, I feel like we risk navigating off course and becoming somebody who's not able to be connective and engage with the world at their level. Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but I feel like it's important to keep oneself at least loosely tied to the workings of the world so that you don't lose sight of where everyone else is and also why. The big thing is why, because I think we all feel like we know and understand what's going on with everybody else in the world. I know what you're thinking. I know why you act the way you do. And well, not why. I know what you're doing behind closed doors. I know what you're thinking, what you're telling your friends, all that sort of stuff. I understand you. But the why is the part that you really need to talk to people in order to keep yourself aloft, to keep an understanding of what's going on. If you... Oh, who am I fighting? Am I fighting the right person? Does it matter? You're all just greater kobolds and a kobold champion. So I guess I'm doing the right thing. It's fine. But yeah, the less people we talk with on a regular basis, I feel like we do risk the the entering a place in our lives where we won't really understand where people's motivations come from, why they think and act the way that they do. And that can be really dangerous. You know, I'm going to loot this. It's like free real estate and it doesn't cost anything for me to have it. I'm taking way too much damage here. I need less of you, please. I should probably add an AE damage spell. I feel like that's in order. I'm quickly losing health and mana. And the mana parts, yeah, that's ruining me. But if I kill more of them, then I don't have to worry about my low health. Oh, I didn't mean to cast force. I just really want this guy dead. I can kill one of these champions, I'll be in better shape than where I am right now. Ugh, it hurts. All right, more. Ow, yeah, this is not doing well. I'm not doing so well here. Come on, survive. I believe in me. Even I have streamers, so I have some social to my hermit. Good. Uh-oh, I'm going to die right now. I wasn't paying attention to my own health. Ah, I died. Damn. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Here's the thing, though. Do the streamers that you follow, do any of them have a differing opinion on the world than you? Like, not just, you know, is pineapple okay on pizza, but the big heavy hitters. You know, do you have folks that you follow that have irreconcilable differences from you on spirituality, on abortion rights, on LGBTQ rights and freedoms in a society, like the big stuff? Because to understand people that are dramatically different from you, I think is worth exploring. And I think that's something where we've really sort of lost the plot as a country, maybe as a world, but especially the US. I feel like maybe 20 years ago, we were, as a country, all a little bit more closer to center. And the extremes were extremes, and we really felt like those folks were going too far in either direction. And now people are pulling away from center and saying, I can't make any concessions or any understanding or any appreciation for somebody who is so completely different from me, so vastly confused in the way that they believe in how this world works. How could we possibly have anything in common? And I hear that from both sides. That's not, you know, just I hate to say both sides. Both sides have become such a meme. But it's true. I mean, both sides really do have difficulty appreciating each other. And so that's a big deal. Okay, let's load combat. Not to say that everybody needs to be well understood, but I do feel that everybody at least needs to be, their motivations need to be heard. Because if you don't understand somebody's motivations, you run the risk of painting them in the wrong light, painting them in a way that you think you know why they say and feel the way that they do, and you could be very wrong. Yeah. Let me check on something here. If I go to uh-oh, I didn't mean to make this run. No, we stop you. Let's check. Do a little bit of EverQuest nerding here. Bum, 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 bum. One of these. I want to know what Bard song maybe I could replace with a good AoE damage, because I feel like that's where I'm struggling. So I have Villia's Verses of Celerity. I have let's see. Let me fight my way there, and we'll take a look at what spells or what songs actually have. I'm getting better at piercing. I think also part of it is that I'm struggling with the difficulty of these like light blues and dark blues, because I equipped this shield, and the shield is shieldy. It's doing a shield, but it's also doing a dual wield, which I haven't kept up on that skill set at all. So where's my dual wield at? Dual wield on this character is 144 out of 210. I could do a lot better with dual wielding. Hello? Who's sending me what now? Oh, whoops. I turned off combat. I've done this so many times with this game. Just turning off fighting the thing that I'm supposed to be fighting. We want to go this way to get there. Yeah. Nope, not that way. This way. Somebody following me? No. Go this way, down, this way. Oh, that leads to a dead end. Yeah, not that way. Up the ramp, down. These 3 rooms have been full of great enemies to fight. But the other thing is that the shield, because it is a unicorn horn at the end, shielded the slain unicorn, I imagine I'm using the unicorn horn to pierce. That's my best guess, because it says skill one-hand piercing. My skill in one-hand piercing is even worse than my skill in dual wield. It's pathetic, because I haven't used a piercing weapon at all in this game. And so piercing it should be here, shouldn't it? Uh-oh. Don't run away from me. Is it called one-hand piercing? Is that why? Like that must be it. One-hand piercing. 218 is my cap, and I'm at 93. So I'm like less than a third what I could be. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So it looks like out of the songs that I currently sing is Bard. I'm gonna have to kill these guys first. Oh boy. Yeah, I pulled an entire room, didn't I? I pulled an entire room. Hi, friends. That my clarity song, because my mana has been okay, really. It's been fine, I suppose. What I really should do is take away the mana song and replace that with an AoE. Because these fights where I'm fighting like 3 or 4 enemies, I've already got a damage shield up, which is great. That's a good start. But it's not quite enough. So I should take the damage shield and also add an AoE damagey thing too. That'd probably be great. That's handy shield for a bit at the very least. Okay, good. Thanks for doing some research there. I didn't look up the shield so much as I felt like maybe my bard songs were not quite up to snuff. But it's good to know that the shield's doing that. It's a decent shield that I'm working with here. Because if it, by the time I leveled up my skills, it still wasn't really keeping me alive as well as Spiked Buckler, which was just, it was gifted to me. Then I'd probably go back to the Buckler. But watching my skills go up in dual wield and one-hand piercing, I feel more and more confident that maybe I just need to hold out until those skills get to cap, and then I could really make a better assessment as to whether or not I've got the right gear on for me. It is a little bit of a drop in my defensive abilities, but it doesn't seem too terrible. I'm fighting a whole room full of blues here. Lower than me, but something to start. Oh yeah, I feel like we need to change the dimensions of my chat. I thought my chat was set up so that you couldn't really see it on stream, but it looks like when I updated my UI and everything, I did not do this part justice. That's better. Give everybody some anonymity. Boy, because of the priests in this group, it is really hard to just sit here and fight forever. The priests take up, they basically use up their entire mana pool while you're fighting them. Otherwise, they will continue to heal forever. So having priests in the group basically means a war of attrition. All right, is that the carnal pauldrons? I don't think we really want these. Yeah, we're just going to sell them every time. The other thing, just a regular amulet. That's fine too. Yeah, so I do have an AoE. I'll have to look. I think I did move some of the things around in my spell book so that a few things are easier to find than they used to be. I am trying. I'm trying to do better. I should be able to find a good AoE in the mix. So I'll have the damage shield and the AoE both doing some heavy lifting. Let's see. Contutive Soothing. Cassandra's Chorus of Clarity. That's the one. That's the one we're going to replace with something. Denon's? Who's the one that I had that was doing Denon's Disruptive? Yeah, this is the one. Because this also lowers AC, which apparently AC is king in this game, this particular game. So we're going to add that. And then maybe we want, not a charm. We want something else. Something else we can cast. Damage to an enemy makes them more vulnerable to magic. Maybe this one instead of sleeping someone. We'll give that a shot. Save. Combat. Save over combat. Yes. And then as a result, because we're changing combat, let's change this, and this. We'll put clouding. We'll put cellos. And we'll put invis versus undead here. And we'll call this my travel set. Excellent. Now that I'm invis, and I'm here in the middle of this dungeony area. Oh, I've been using my hand drum this whole time. That's awful. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and we will come back and see how well we clear rooms now with a few minor changes to everything. Be right back. I'm promising you on this stream, which will live on YouTube forever in the live tab, so you will always be able to come back here and quote me on this, that when I'm making enough money to run this household, I will come back to the principles that I stand by. You could break a hip. You could and may break a hip, especially if you are able to bear children. Every child you bear takes a little bit of the calcium out of your bones, and it's that much easier to break a bone from just standing to falling on the floor. All right, PSA over. That's my big thing. All right, let's help her up. Let's help Alma.
She must have fallen while getting off the commode.
Obviously. Of course I can't move forward. Like, I get frustrated at how many things don't open. Jeez. I have the soles of my feet have goosebumps right now. And of course the door that was locked now just opened. Oh my god. You could break a hip. You could and may break a hip, especially if you are able to bear children. Every child you bear takes a little bit of the calcium out of your bones, and it's that much easier to break a bone from just standing to falling on the floor. All right, PSA over. That's my big thing. All right, let's help her up. Let's help Alma.
She must have fallen while getting off the commode.
Obviously. Your mouth moves faster than my fingers. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh.
Akumu?
Yes.
He's mine. Actually, he's Cribs, but then he's mine. Oh, wait, no, also Ozus, but then he's mine. You know what? Fuck it, you can have him.
He's mine with technical issues.
With
Yes.
Did you say tentacle issues?
Technical.
Okay, I'm weird, but not that weird.
Playground, school bell rings again. Ring clap. And then when we are in the kitchen, we also procreated twice recently, and so those like little toddler sort of things, they like to fight, they like to get underfoot, they like to cause the biggest problems when we're making food, because that's when our hands are dirty and it's hard to deal with them. Welcome. I didn't even put on clothes. I just we're robing it tonight. Robe is clothes, so I'm clothed but with robe, and I encourage you to do the same. Be comfy tonight. Comf it up.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Welcome. Wow. I am so in the stratosphere today. Aw. What a wonderful version of me. Sleep deprived, saying funny things while trying to speak cogently. Honestly, though, that for me, that's every night. Trying to speak normal, healthy, happy. Oh, if I go there, that's bad news. Can we go? We're in Viz to everything right now. No. This is not good. This is not the way either. This way first, and do this room, and then pull the next room, and then pull the next room. Something like that. Kid, good to see you. Hi. Wait, where's your intro? You spoke. Is this your first words of the night? Or did you speak earlier and I missed it? I'm tired. I'm holding on by threads. So if I missed your entrance earlier, hi, welcome. Struggle to function the real bad. Yes. Once again, I'm the mute. Bummer. I don't like this. I don't appreciate this. Streamer bot, how dare? Why are we doing this? Triggers this one. Yes. Wait. No. Something happened. It's not here. It's in the welcome. Wait, where's the welcome one? Your personal one has its own trigger. But there's also... Do I not... Troa got an intro, right? Troa got a regular old classic healthy, happy intro. There's announcements. Welcomes. Here they are. Welcomes. Where is Kit? Dun, 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 dun. Right there. Right there. You didn't change your name. No, everything's right there. If you come in and those are your first words, then the action plays, and your action hasn't changed names. There's the name of the action. What the heck? I'll have to figure this out some other time. There's a whole section of StreamerBot that looks like it should be working perfectly, and it is not. Right? Why punish? Mine played like normal along with first champion. Yeah, those work. The welcome command or the welcome trigger seems like it's doing what it's supposed to do. Oh, no, I messed up. I made a drastic mistake. I am in lava. I do not lava this. Oh no. There, you cannot climb this? This waterfall? No, I feel like that is a no. There is no climb waterfall ability. Oh crap. Where do I, oh, hey. I came up right in the same area that I wanted to be. I guess falling in lava is really not that big of a deal. That was mute too? What the heck? It didn't play anything? Hang on. Oh, it's quiet. It's quiet. It's not playing the sound. So why is it not playing the sound? Okay, that's a good question. That leads us part of the way there, but not completely. Weird. Well, you know what? I feel like our next Saturday stream, yeah, it did the graphic, but not the sound. When you first spoke, did the Chihuahua come up, but no sound? I wonder. What we're gonna have to do to fix that. I feel like so Friday's stream is Deltarune. That's the one with all the toxic community. I'm probably just gonna focus on the game because I really just want to get through those, honestly. Deltarune is one of those games like I want to play it. Everybody seems to be excited for me to play it, but I hate playing it in front of a live studio audience. I'm so tempted to just play it alone and then put it up as VODs. But we'll live stream it. We'll get through it. And then next Saturday, what I think we'll do instead of popping straight into EverQuest Legends is we'll actually do like a full behind the scenes production stream, get everything working the way it's supposed to work. The Chihuahua did come up. Okay, cool. So the things that StreamerBot does, the actions that they're supposed to push are actually working. But somewhere the audio routing is wrong. Not right. It gives me an idea of where to start. Maybe we can even do a middle of the week stream. We'll figure it out. Okay. I need to drop in Viz and fight these guys. And to do that, I need to... How are my buffs? They're okay. They're doing okay. Oh, because I died recently. Right. Let's load combat. We got a new combat setup here, so this shouldn't be terrible. We're going to fight the Kobold Champion first. No, we're going to fight that Warrior first. Hey, Warrior. I'm going to fight you. Oh boy, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here, but I've got lots of damaging spell stuff happening to these guys. So maybe we can survive better if we do all this. I'm taking big damage already, though. It's not terrific. Chihuahua Twilight Sparkle. Love the name. Was playing with her cat friend and ran under the bed. Thunk. Uh-oh. Don't like thunk. Kitty Nocturne Noggin. Twilight very quickly sat all pretty like, wasn't me. Of course. A likely story. Poor thing. All right. We got an extra little 34, level 34 pupper here. We're going to thunk them on the head. On the noggin, as it were. Yeah, my one-hand piercing skill is still pretty abysmal. I think once we get everything that this stupid new shield with the weird unicorn horn thing, once that all works out, then maybe things will be better for us. Twilight does have a bald spot where she skims it when she gets the zoomies. Aww. Poor thing. That's cute. All right. Health is kind of dropping. Let's be cleric for a hot second here before we go back to being more bardic. The cat knows it's there. Still tries to chase the rat-sized dog under the bed. Oh. Oh, yeah. Look at how low everyone's health is. The greater kobold here, less than half once we finally get to it. So, yeah, the AoE stuff is helping. We could probably put curtailing chant somewhere better than this. I don't love it there. And finally, the Kobold Champion. I cannot switch spells right now. It will make me sit. And if I sit, the enemy gets a free crit off on me. But I feel like curtailing chant ought to go where turning of the unnatural is, because there's no undead in this dungeon. There's that. Oh, hey, and another Shield of the Slain Unicorn that we can also merge in. If we get enough of these, we can really turn this into something good. 2 more Shield of the Slain Unicorn. It's going to upgrade to +2. That'll be great. I feel like animals really do know way more, especially pets, know way more of the universe than we give them credit for. We need to be cautious when we start thinking about when we start ascribing an understanding of our pets' view of the world. Yes, I want to save over combat because it's really not as limited as we might think it is. Okay, priest is 40, warrior's 38. And then there's a light blue shaman over there. Can we pull that guy, or is he too... Yeah, it's too off in his own little world. That's fine. I'll fight you. Whoa, look at everybody. Just teleported right on over. Good job. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted. Always good to have teleporting enemies. It's been a day. One of my huskies ate most of a rabbit. Oh no. I had to retire the head and throw it away. I caught her before she could finish her kill. How do you feel about that? Like, if an animal's already been mostly consumed, there's not much to save. Do you feel like you need to punish your pet, or just let them finish what they started? Or how do you feel about that? Our cats sometimes consume the local wildlife, regardless of how well we feed them. They still have that instinct of doing harm upon the greater neighborhood as well. But I don't know how to react to it. I don't know what to do to them, or do for them, or whatever. Stop casting stuff, you shaman. We're gonna get you. For health purposes, I don't know what... Oh, that's true. Yeah. You have no idea what kind of stuff's floating around in the rabbits in the neighborhood. What kind of things they're carrying. I don't punish her other than to yell for her to drop it. Gotcha. Yeah. If she just kills it and drops it, I'll tell her she's a good hunter. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I feel like even though I don't have the mana regen song on, it's not a big deal. Quite a bit of my damage is coming from my bard spell, or bard songs anyways. So I think we're fine. We don't need the mana so much. The mana is really to heal me when things are going south. And I'm not using the cleric spells for damage. If I'm fighting undead, that's one thing. But these guys are not undead. So. And finally the priest. Nobody else is dropping goods? How dare you? I guess we don't need the map. Wait, so I sort of, once we're in these 3 rooms, I have an approximate knowledge of what we should be doing, whom we're fighting, and where we're going. Yeah, I feel like clerics, when you fight a cleric in this game, they'll just heal themselves forever until they can't. Which is probably what I would do too if they were fighting me. Where are you going? How dare. I didn't cast Intimidate on you. Whoa. Yeah, we're pulling new stuff now. Hi, friends. You're not who I wanted to fight, but I guess we're fighting you now, too. Trash. Also, Kit, favorite fantasy race or species of creature? And why? I chose gnomes. I like how they're crafty. There's a part of me that always wanted to live in some dank workshop and toil around with bits and bobs. I'm not like deal with inanimate objects autistic or anything like that. I just like putting little complex things together that other people couldn't do. It's really about separation division of labor. Like if I can do something that's really neat that a bunch of other people can't do, I feel good about that. And I would want other people to do the same. Let's all specialize and diversify and find like little niche things that we can all do. And gnomes being tiny and dexterous and smart. It's cool concept. But also the fact that they can be in big fantasy stories and be out adventuring and slaying dragons with the best of them is a cool feeling as well. Sirens. Ooh, good answer. Oh, hang on. I'd much rather they finish killing it than leave it for me to... Yeah. Ooh, that's true. I really don't want to, like, have to kill something. If we can help it. All right, let's fight. Targeting the rock first. Oh, boy. Yeah, we pulled a whole bunch of you, didn't we? Hi, friends. There's a whole lot of you. This is the fight I've died to on occasion. Because the amount of damage they do against the amount of healing I can do, that's been hard. But I should be doing significantly more damage now in these fights, including big AoE damage. So sirens because mermaids, but scary. Yeah, to me, mermaids are just sirens. You know, they're... Siren is just the real term for the thing that everybody tries to gentrify into this. Well, it's pretty and maybe they'll kiss you and give you their air. Like, no, they want to drag you down into the depths and have you suffocate and die. I like vampires and elves. I feel like vampires are just scary elves. You know, the game that we're playing right now, I think agrees with you. There is a vampiric castle that you can come to. And when you enter and fight the denizens within, a good chunk of them are just dark elves, but they like gave their souls up or whatever, and so they grow pale and sharp teeth and doing the whole thing, doing a vampirism. Targan, why won't you accept my my debuffs? He's very strong against my spells. We're going to keep merging his book. I don't know why. Maybe if you merge his book a million times, it actually becomes useful. I don't know. Tolkien elves, not Santa elves. Yeah, for sure. I agree. There is something sort of like dark and ominous about them anyway. And so if you add the soul-sucking aspect to a Tolkien elf, I think it's very plausible that could be an addition. Oh no, this room is spawning now too. Oh boy. Hang tight, let me get some cleric spells off here. The drow disagree with my assessment, which is fair. All right, we should be doing okay. We have so much AoE going on. We're doing better and better with adding extra damage to the room. We just got to do more damage than them in the time allotted and not worry too much about mana and all of that. We're doing very minor stance dancing with, or song twisting, whatever you want to call it. Because we want to mostly focus on keeping ourselves healed. But we also have a dot. If it will land without getting resisted, magic resist. And then a single target damage in addition to the AoEs and stuff that we're doing. Oh, there's another merge for the shield. That's tier 2. That's tier 2. Nice. Great. We'll compare it to the other shield now. I have a feeling like it's more apples to apples comparison now. Celestial Health. Let's get an Echo in here too. Excellent. All right, Kobold King. Just you and me, and then whatever else respawns in this room, because we've been fighting for so long. I feel like respawns are going to make this fight more dastardly over time. I saw a skit about elves questioning how humans manage to keep certain architecture intact for so long. I don't think we do. A lot of human architecture fails the test of time. Sad to say. Concept of artisan guilds is explained. The elf goes, wait, you teach other people how to do that job? We just have Fred. The one guy that makes all the beautiful architecture. That would be interesting. No, don't leave. I'll read the rest of the comment after I chase after this guy. I guess we're going to start fighting other things in the dungeon. Oh boy. Hey friend. I think I'm lagging. Oh dear. He's going to pull the whole rest of the dungeon. Friend, stop. Stop. You're going to make me aggro everybody. I hate you so much. There. Jeez. All right. Who are we fighting? Y'all come with me. Let's go back. Where am I? I need to go this way. This way. Let's fight in this room. At least know where this room is. Oh boy. I have some mana, some health. It should be okay, I guess. These guys are lobies. They're not. It's not fighting the same caliber of enemy we were just fighting. Because they're a long-lived, such a long-lived species in comparison. Who needs more than one Fred? Yeah, that's true. I was talking earlier about the idea of diversification. That oh yeah, I think you were already in here at the time. The idea that if you could really just become so great at a particular skill set or proclivity or whatever. That's why even if I get old and crotchety, I still think I'd want my own personal tribe of people around me that are great at different things. And I'd probably still want to stay close to, a hospital or whatever. I think old people that move away, far, far away from hospitals, y'all know what you're doing. You're forcing a certain fate upon yourself. Jade earring. It's just selling fodder. It's fine. But yeah, I like the idea of being fantastic at something, and my friends, my inner circle, my tribe also being fantastic as well. And we all have our own little thing that we're great at. We do that thing. They do their thing. I don't want to learn every skill in the world, despite what a jack of all trades I am. I don't want to learn everything. There are some things I'd love to outsource. Especially now that we're really getting deep into content creation as a career path for Oz and myself. There's so many things I'd love to be able to afford to pass to someone else. Be like, hey, I don't want to do this myself. Why don't you do this for me? How about I pay you to do this? And then it would be great to have Fred. Can we bring just the shaman down here? I wonder. My health it's getting better, but my mana is still, it doesn't come back as fast now that I don't have the clarity song. Let's see what happens if we just sing Chant of Flame over there. It resisted. You jerk. Did I pull everybody from the middle room too? I guess I did. It's fine. Have you ever been the one go-to person that people were looking at? Like, yes, we really need this person to do this thing. Nobody else will do. To some degree, I think I've been that here and there. The only person who can do this or do that. But it's been pretty rare. I will usually, if I feel like I'm not that special in a workplace, I will usually try to figure out what that workplace needs and try to become that workplace expert at this one thing that clearly is going to be beneficial, required for the business, or makes the business run better. I watched a content creator create a second brain. Like, she has her own brain. It works fine. It's doing the thing. But she says she's got such complexity and so many things to study and learn and talk about and everything that she wanted to make a separate external brain. And she was using the platform Notion, which is just sort of like a website builder platform. You could just make your own notes or your own website or your own whatever it is you wanted to do through that. And she showed on one of her videos how she sort of set up her own second brain using Notion. I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. And then one of my former jobs, the company was trying to find ways to better codify all of their knowledge bases, information, stuff you have to like look up to say, you know, how do we handle this specific scenario with a client? And all the existing documentation was awful. It was all in like Microsoft Word docs from like 20 years ago. It was hard to search through and hard to read and too wordy. It's just a lot of too much everything. Oh, everything keeps respawning and I hate it. Well, there's the monk up there. Maybe the monk and the king will be alone after I'm done fighting all the trash down here. I thought with my AoE spell, maybe you all would be quicker to... No, I think they are quicker to kill. Because when I do get to some of these guys, they're... Yeah, like this guy is 42% health already. So... We're going pretty quick through the masses. But yeah, they were, you know, somebody in the company asked me, what do you think we should do? You know, we're not in a really good place with getting our training information, policies and procedures out to everybody. And I was like, Notion. We should use Notion. And then we ended up using Notion. And because nobody else knew Notion like I did, because I was so fascinated with this one person's second brain mentality, I became like the Notion admin for the company. And I was like, this is fun. Notion's not so hard. But it's something nobody else in the company really knew how to do. And so I felt diversified. Like I'm important. Oh, I'm hurting. Let's get some heals and I'll catch up with chat after we stop fighting every single respawn in this area. Are we done yet? We're still not done. Just this one? This is the longest combat, me just sitting in one. Well, I guess I'm slowly getting experience, so it's not the worst thing. But the experience in here is actually not that great compared to other places I've found to fight. This is not the best place to farm for experience. I'd rather probably be in Lower Guck, but I don't get... I'm just going to get a couple items that I've already gotten, and then I'd just be stacking them up for the plus bonuses. King there yet? No? Okay. At least the shield is getting better and better. Hey, there's another merge. And cloak? 8 AC versus 10 AC and other stuff. Yeah, we'll just sell that. Anytime something is missing in my house, oh, you're the person that like pulls it from the void. Excellent. Okay, we are low in health, not terrific in mana. Let's wait and get those back. Oz and I can do it for each other. When I'm looking for something and Oz knows where it is, she can pull it basically out of the void. We'll stand in the same area and she'll void travel with her hand. She'll just push her hand into a pocket of space. Her hand will disappear in thin air, and then she'll pull the item out of nowhere. It was here all along. That's her magic power. Me, I just remember where everything is where I last saw it. And usually, unless the kids interfere, that's enough. That's enough knowledge. But me memorizing where things are, once we started having kids, that became a lot less of a superpower than just being able to reach into the void. Because they've definitely moved stuff around. And then when you ask them, at least the kids, our kids at their age, they just shrug and be like, I don't remember. Yeah, I saw that thing. Yeah, I moved that thing. I don't remember where I put it. How convenient. A likely story. Yeah, we'll just keep merging the book. I don't know. Maybe it's a good monk item or something. And maybe after 20 merges or something, it'll be fantastic. Who's to say? I find missing objects create meals when there's nothing edible in the whole house. I like doing that. That to me is fun. Oz doesn't so much. Oz is, she likes to make things off of recipes. And when I say make things off of, why am I dying so fast? When I say make things off of recipes, I mean like, if something says 238 grams, like she's pulling out all the specialized tools and the minutiae and scraping things to perfection and flatness and everything. It's like there's a science and a chemistry to cooking, and I need everything to be exactly precise, because if this is the recipe, then I want the outcome of the person who made the recipe to be exact, to be perfect. Me, I play jazz. I don't do all that stuff. I don't measure flat. I measure with love. Sometimes I take out measuring cups and spoons. Other times I just wing it. Recipes that I make for myself, I'll say, you know, a dash of this or a pinch of that, and I won't use like full real measurements because it's more fun to not. I really enjoy playing full jazz with whatever I make in the kitchen, especially out of leftover stuff. If it really doesn't feel like there's a main dish, I'll make a main dish. Kit continues on. Diagnose illnesses. Nice. And translate the personal emotional language of each person to the others. That is important. A household having a built-in therapist or mediator, I guess, would probably be the better one. Yeah, mediator between people. That's an invaluable skill for a household to have. Somebody with that skill set. I'm the domestic goddess of chaos. I don't know about chaos. I would say, you know, if anything, your order against the entropy. The entropy of the world of your household exists around you, and you're able to bring it into some sort of structure that nobody else can see. They are chaos? Oh, true. You're the goddess of bringing their chaos into order. My friend, do you aggro me from this far away? I guess so. I guess that's a yes. Why don't you all join me over in this room? I feel like this room's kind of like the safe room to just sort of chill and smack some friends. Yeah, my family is very much chaos. I mean, the kids are of an age where everything about them is chaos. You tell them to change clothes, and whatever they're in gets dropped wherever they happen to be. Like, this is a convenient place on the floor. I think this is where my dirty clothes will live. And then they'll live there going forward until I step in and be like, hey, this has been here for too long. You need to move it to a laundry hamper and do something about it, right? But Oz is also chaos too. So it's not just the kiddos. You have adult-sized chaos and kid-sized chaos, and they're different skill sets to sort of manage and learn how to be organized, orderly, bring things into a sense of peace and organization, so that the house and the flow of everything, the feng shui of your household works and exists, but also knowing where to let go of battles, because I'm only one me, and I'm also trying to do the whole content creator startup business kind of thing. So if I spent all of my time resetting the chaos in the house, I wouldn't have a problem with that. The idea of house husbandry is not antithetical to us. Wait, who's casting what? Oh, it's the priest. Why don't you come over here and do that? You got no friends right now. I would love it if I just fought the priest by themselves. Yeah, Oz and I are not upset or weirded out by the idea of the male in the household being the one to do the organizing and cleaning and all that sort of stuff. We share a lot of responsibilities. There are some things that one of us does significantly better or just really enjoys a lot more. And so we work around our passions too. I love finance, and so I manage our budget. It's not that Oz, who worked in AP for a pretty large company, she couldn't handle that kind of stuff. She definitely could. But I like to do it, and she doesn't really care so much. And we also deal with dislike as well. So Oz really hates doing the dishes. And so I say, you don't have to do any dishes for the rest of your life then, as long as you're with me. As long as I'm still alive. Like, let's just make it so dishes are not a thing in your purview. And to me, I don't enjoy dishes per se, but I'll do them. I'll take them off somebody else's plate because it doesn't affect me the way it would affect somebody else to do them. But yeah, I'm the order in a household of chaos, at least for now. When the kids get older, we'll see how orderly their brains will connect or not. I swear the digital age has killed my ability to think. Are you addicted to asking LLMs to answer everything for you? A lot of people have joked about that, but I will say this about the concept of asking Google or hello.
Nico Crushing just subscribed.
Hello.
07.
07 to you too. Oh, it didn't do the 07 thing because it was a resub message. Bummer. Oh, you reminded me I was talking to the thing. Sorry. I'm sorry, Evan. I will do that thing. I need to set a to-do list for myself to make sure that I do the thing. Hi. That's a lot of months. 68? That's one away from a very nice number. Welcome on in. Yeah, I guess I wasn't trying to pick on you or anything, Lumity, but I wonder, how many people rely on not just LLMs, but like asking Google or just asking the internet at large when they have questions or ideas that they want to pass by somebody that they just lean on the internet at large, and how much of that has become a living reality for so many of us that we sit on our own brains less and less and try to use the world's knowledge more and more. I go too fast through things. What do you mean you go too fast? Go too fast how, I should say. One more to nice, you said it too. I'm hurting. Kobold champion, treat me softly and sweetly, please. Whisper sweet nothings in my ear while you take me to Pound Town. Wait, does 07 do something? Did it do it when you typed it in chat just then with the quotes around it or not? Did it do the thing? Sorry, I'm trying to like iguana eye. I'm watching the fight right now, but also trying to see the thing. Quotes works too? Okay, excellent. Why am I not seeing it? I must have looked too late. If it's working, it's working. Good. It means StreamerBot's doing the thing. Most of the thing. We still have issues. Do we really want to take a pain bringer? It does have its own combat effect here that I didn't look at the first time. But its ratio is kind of whatever. It's just a medium sword. Word of pain, 29 and 28 damage, up to 8 nearby enemies. So this is an AoE weapon. That might be kind of nice, because I think the combat effect of Ikesha is just 1. Yeah, 75 damage. Whereas this was how much damage? It was more than 75, wasn't it? Oh, dumb. It's way less. 29. But it's AoE, so that makes sense. I'll loot it. Worst thing, I mean, I could just give it to a newbie or something if it turns out to be not terrific. No, I don't want that one. I don't want that one. Let's just fight. Let's fight them. Come over here. Step into my lobby. Lobby. Too fast, man. I assume I don't know something I very much do if I just take a moment. I can understand that. I think that's all of us. Oz has this thing. I think it's been in a lot of ADHD memes. Not that we know or don't know whether or not she has ADHD. But somebody will say something to her and she'll say, what? Oh, yeah. And then answer properly. But there's that like half second where she wanted to say that she knew what you were talking about, but she didn't because her audio processing was a little bit delayed. And then it wasn't. It caught up. And so she was able to say, oh, yeah, I can answer your question and, you know, catch up properly. That sort of like slightly too fast for everything. Audio processing issues. I feel like I know a lot of answers and then want to go do research because I'm finding, honestly, only in like the last year of my life that a significant portion, and I'm curious if any of you have experienced this either recently or earlier on in your lives, significant portion of the knowledge that I've gained over the course of my life has been bad data. And I've only recently started blackpilling myself on this actually isn't right, or that's really off base. And it was sold to me in the right packaging or from the right person or with a certain authority or background or whatever. And I had this real sense that I knew the world in a... Oh no, my buffs are disappearing. This is going to be a really bad fight. I didn't look and I'm now seeing all of my cleric buffs are expiring on me, which is going to make this particular fight way harder. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, especially when it comes to things like, I don't know, a lot of stuff. Just the ways I've seen the world philosophically, systematically, a lot of things involving diet and stuff too. I feel embarrassed to say, but I'd feel more embarrassed if I continued on with no new information or support to defend. I don't, not to defend, but to I'd rather counteract things that I learned incorrectly and say, yo, that old version of me that was really, really dedicated, really set on teaching you a certain way of things, and it was so wrong. I'm here to tell you now it's wrong. I'd feel more embarrassed if I never found out it was wrong in the first place, and I just kept ruining other people's lives with my bad advice and misinformation. You are not who I want to fight. Let's fight the warrior first. Oh boy. Yeah, we're losing health really fast. It means all of my AC buffs are dying on me. I know somewhat that bad info stuff. Yeah. I also know the hand of recognizing bad info others got, especially when it comes to more obscure topics, Germanic paganism and East Germanic linguistics. That's interesting. People that you know have deep opinions on that kind of stuff, and you know where they're leading you astray. That's an interesting thing to think about. Yeah, for me, the worst part, I think, was the nutrition side of things. I was taught such a deep system of concepts involving nutrition. And I found out so many reasons why a lot of what I was taught was wrong. And the worst part of it, I think I've said this in other streams before, but I can't be repeated often enough in order to make sure you all know and understand where I'm coming from, is that sometimes the really bad, really messed up versions of information that you get, the stuff that's way off base, comes to the right conclusions. Like with nutrition, it could be, eat more vegetables, increase protein, decrease carbohydrates, especially carbohydrates that are highly processed, that kind of stuff. You might come to the same conclusion, but coming to those conclusions and then explaining them in really wrong sort of ways. Wait. Let me make sure that this is saved as combat. Yes. Explaining them the wrong way is almost worse, because now the information that you're giving other people is insidious. You have this basis of knowledge. You're going to be wrong later on, but first you're going to say some really right conclusions, and then you're going to explain them in a way that might be way off base, way pseudoscientific, but because it comes to the right answers and people go, oh yeah, that makes sense. I've heard other people say increase your vegetable intake and you'll have better outcomes or whatever. But then when you start explaining it through really bad false premises, that's when you could reprogram other people in really dangerous ways. Well, if it isn't Sans, I'm so happy to see a couple of you guys who came over from last night's stream. There are like hundreds of you that were there to hang out, and some of you to troll what was going on in Deltarune. But to have you all here to hang out, and this game's whatever. This game is just here as background while we chat about other shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, this is really bad. How dare you? This guy stepped in. I have no songs. Son of a bitch. Should I just run out? Or I could just run into the lava. No, if you run into the lava, it's not going to save me. This is not a great place for respawns now that I have no spells saved. Damn it. Hang on. Here I am saying, oh, this game requires like none of my attention, or now I have no songs memorized. No way to stop these guys from bashing me around. Yeah. I also run into the issue of just not having been taught things because the school system isn't the greatest. I've had some of those issues in the past as well. Bad schooling, stepping in and doing wrong by me and my friendos and compatriots. Now we're fighting 3. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I could probably do this. It's just going to be an annoying, somewhat slower battle, and hopefully it means that we can still beat respawn timers. If I fight just these 2 and get them down super quick. I can't even heal, actually, now that I think about it. Fuck. This is not ideal. I do not love this. A new game, huh? This is an old-ass game. Well, actually, this is a new game. This game was released last month. It is called EverQuest Legends. It is based on the 1999 EverQuest MMO. But all of the rule sets for the game are updated to be more like a more interesting modern MMO than the old school awful MMO rules that made grinding and everything so horrible. Death mechanics horrible. Everything horrible. The MMOs of the late 90s and early 2000s were really just how much time sink can we afford to put customers through, and will they still pay the monthly subscription fee? It was like a fight, a battle against what could you get away with, I feel. And this version of EverQuest, yeah, just released in July, has mitigated all that shit. And it's like, just play the game the way everybody probably wanted to in the first place. I want to try that. This, so EverQuest Legends, I'm not sponsored by these guys, so not saying any of this for you to go and buy the game necessarily from them unless you're really incentivized to do so. The game's $20. You get the first month for free of subscription. And there's some raiders. Raiders! Hi and welcome, the streamer of Oz and the Goblin Army. How the heck are you? Maddie, hi. Thank you so much.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
So many things happening at the same time. Hi, everybody. Thanks, Maddie, for joining my family of fledglings. As ill-advised as that is. Chaos, hello. Hi, welcome. Love your faces. You messaged me on Discord? Oh, hang on. Sorry. I don't have that one open. Move? Oh, like now? Or like eventually? Crims, hello. Hi, stranger. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. Yeah, do you want me to move her like now-ish or eventually? Also, let's shout out Streamer Buzz.
One. But designs can always be worked around. At least I hope. How do I get inside? I need to activate it somehow.
This is the worst confluence of sounds. Yeah, that's wonderful. Good stuff. Beautiful. Yeah, love it. Also, I cannot get the tiny up for peeing if you're going to be up here. Okay, so I'm doing a pee run for the tiny and a bed shift for the little if I come up there. Yeah, I can take care of those things. It's probably time to have a pee break if the tiny was going to be. You found Oz tonight? How did you find Oz? What do you think? Do you like her? Do you think she's a good I don't know where I'm going with this. Don't listen to my interrogations. I chose Oz as a life partner, as a wife, as a mother of my children. You don't have to make all those choices tonight. You barely just matter. But if you like what she's doing, what she's putting out there, go follow all of her socials, post, comment, repost, save everything that she's ever posted on the internet, and help make her a big internet star so we can pay for kids' clothes and nice dresses and stuff on Oz money. Just by looking? Oh, just by looking, you found her. Nice. I think she's a keeper. Hell yeah. You should lock her down. We'll see what I could do. No, she said some vows. It seemed pretty important at the time. To be honest, we're definitely sisters in a way. Excellent. Excellent. We always love finding our tribe. Oz and I are very different people, but between the two of us, I think we definitely find people that just match. Oh, son of a bitch! I went right back in, didn't I? I'm supposed to go north. We're finding folks that are like our tribe, our culture, our people. Over time, the more time we spend on the internet, and we both started live streaming in 2020, although I've been on the internet as a content creator as far back as 2014. Seriously, anyways. It's been good for both of us. I think it's been really important to our livelihood and mental health that we've found people that we can really connect with and make our family, our chosen family, as it were. I'll probably stay outside of the dungeon just in case and use some invis. And then I'll go take care of some littles. We'll take a brief AFK. I'll send Twitch on a little bit of an ad break. We'll come back and we'll keep chatting. The chat at hand, if you want to catch up to the chat that we were talking about in stream before the raid all happened, is sort of the concept of being taught wrong stuff along the way. If your teachers or your parentals or whoever happened to step in on your life really gave you misinformation and you had a like a coming of age for real truth again later on in your life, and you're like, wow, I have so many people to apologize. I've been misinforming them of everything. I was so sure. I so believed what I was taught, and it was all a lie. And now you have a deprogramming period of your life. What was it, and how was it like? Yeah, Troa's been watching for 3 consecutive. Oh no, Troa, we just can't. Twitch just does you dirty. I don't know why they hate you so much. It's awful. Important in a way. Suspicious. It's a trap, says Crims. Yeah, it is. It is a trap. Yeah, reasons I can't say. Oh, that's fine. Twitch is continually hollowed out by Amazon in the back end. Well, also, the stream streak feature that they have has been in beta longer than some of my favorite games. All right. I'm going to go take care of some littles. I got one to move back to her bed, the other one to go wake up and go use the potty. I'm going to do that stuff, and we'll come back to the game. So be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Bye.
Easy.
Nope. Nope. Don't look back.
That's the room you were talking about earlier. I saw it say "Don't look back," and I got scared, and I moved the cursor around, and I think it made me get caught.
Together, rub them until you get some friction, and then talk about one topic or another. Where are we exactly in Rhodes? Okay. I really don't like how many blips are on the screen. It does make it really hard to see.
No, thank
Maybe
you.
we should
I'm afraid
toggle
I'm actually
blips
on the job right now.
back off. What? Somebody said oh, no. Wait, what's going on? Who's this guy? Who is this guy?
Fuck. I can smell you.
Mary, welcome. Wait, it didn't play the video? Wait.
Give it a second.
Oh, okay. But it played the audio. The audio and the video are supposed to be matched together. Oh, it did play it? Oh, I must have been looking at the wrong part of the screen. when I heard I could smell you right in my ears, my eyes kind of darted around all over the place.
I didn't see a video, but I also.
Should save again. I feel like it. Oh, we can't. Okay. Good thing we saved before we got here. Although I'd hate to watch that whole cutscene again. I just want to be let out. I remember this area and I just want to be let out of the cage. Coming out of my cage and well, I'm not coming out of my cage. That's the problem. Okay. Well, I think there's only one thing to do while you're in here, and that's.
I'm not sure how we go about.
Jimmy, look what I found.
Jeez, what? It's a doge.
I'm gonna drop him off the side of the boat.
All right. Such is the fate of all doge.
Not even a satisfying splash.
Lame.
Boo.
Well, do we want to try locating some of these shrines and treasuries and see if
He's peeing on the boat.
Lovely.
Whoops.
Mars. Did you
Hey,
not,
don't blame.
did you not train your dog?
My.
Streamer of Oz just logged in.
Streamer of Oz. Hungry like the wolf.
Hungry like the wolf. 5052329. Pound 9579. Oh, now.
Hungry like the Oz. Who's probably also very hungry.
Falling ideas out here.
Touched my guitar, now my hand is sticky.
What were you doing with your?
Why is your guitar sticky?
I thought it was a dream. I didn't know it. I only did that in dreams. I don't know what happened.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for.
Yes.
I saw you coming and I was like, what is that?
What a wonderful way to end it all. Look at all those umbilical cords. All at once. How glorious.
If anybody wants it, just behind this big tall boy. Ooh woo.
I see no tall boy.
Oh, wide boy. Ooh woo. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road.
I need to take my night pills.
Need to do
You've
the
been
human.
drinking, that's a bad idea.
Doing your humaning.
I'm no longer inebriated. I am prepared to consume pills.
You're prepared to what now? Somebody's gotta clip that.
Prepared to fucking perish, apparently.
I know you could be watching this on VOD in your own sweet, sweet time. That's okay. I say night because it is night here. And I am a night creature who is doing a night. Having a night with you. Whatever your nighttime is. Sun in the day, bright in the sky, very high up sun. Still night. Still a night with us. I know you could be watching this on VOD in your own sweet, sweet time. That's okay. I say night because it is night here. And I am a night creature who is doing a night. Having a night with you. Whatever your nighttime is. Sun in the day, bright in the sky, very high up sun. Still night. Still a night with us. If anybody wants it, just behind this big tall boy. Ooh woo.
I see no tall boy.
Oh,
Wide boy. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road. Did I go New Yorker? I'm a New Yorker, ooh.
Remind me to have Gray do both his Jersey and Ulu.
Yeah. Free first aid. If anybody wants it, just behind this big tall boy. Ooh.
I see no tall boy.
Oh, wide boy. Ooh. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road. I don't know what you do to him. I just wonder if you do. What might happen? Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa, indeed. Hi. I'm back. Thank you for your patience while I move 2 kids around while they're fully asleep and do the things that they need to do so that they sleep in the right bed and not wet that bed. Oh, let me catch up with chat. Hi, welcome everybody. Welcome back. Damien Hallmay here at your service, taking a bit of hydration break. Okay. Troy can't get a streak and I'm muted. I know. Well, the muting part's not on Twitch's fault. That's me. Something in my stack, my software stack's not working right. I think bits were in beta for a decade. Jeez. Oh, that's pathetic. Oh my gosh, this guy's... Oh, what play? Old clips are random? Oh yeah, my clips go way back. Going to bed. Everybody say goodnight to Maddie. Have an early morning tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, so let's head on back. I'm just glad that I'm in a phase of my life now where the things that I learned wrong, I'm willing to go through and learn. Oh, is it jump scare? Of course. Of course. People love clipping jump scares. I'm just happy that I'm in a phase in my life where the stuff that I learned wrong, I'm willing to go through and do the research and find the right answer and then admit, yeah, hey, I was wrong. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. Let me tell you the right thing that I found, or at least the thing that research says. It's hard sometimes to say what exactly is right, what exactly is wrong, but I can at least say what is my misinformation entirely and what current science seems to suggest instead. Do we have everything we need? No, we're still running travel instead of combat. Let's switch out some of these spells. Better. Let's also... Okay, we've got a clay totem instead of the drum. All right. Hopefully, some things are better off now. Man, everybody's... You're all combating... Or everybody seems to be resisting all of my songs these days. Maybe I need to do the resistance stance. I don't remember what those are called, though. This stuff is, like, outside of my usual purview. Is it in here? Must be in here. What was the stance that I used to use where everything was... Is it inviolable? Why can we not see what these are? Okay. I need to look this stuff up. It's not coming up. What are these called? Invocations? Yeah. Invocations. Give me... What are the invocations and what do they mean? Oh, over channel. I think that was the name of the one. Over channel. Oh, if you select it, it says down below. I'm dumb. All right, let me move this from underneath chat. Cast spells have a negative 150 resistance adjust plus another minus 15 for every non-hybrid caster class at a cost of 10% of the mana cost in endurance. That's the one. That's the one I want it to be on. The other one was giving me survivability. I think I'm fairly reasonably survivable against these creatures. So let's go a slightly different way to get there. It's my own personal instance. Everything in here will respawn on its own. Hi, friends. So it's up to me to fight my way through. Yeah, I know that for a long time, the world seemed to be under this order, this structure, that the older you got, the more set in your ways you would be. You would say, by my experience, by my wisdom of however many years I've been on this planet, I know things that you wouldn't know because you haven't had the years I have. And now, like the way we've collected big data, for better or worse, we know some things much broader than a single person's life. One person stepping in and saying, I know. You don't necessarily. Maybe you've had quite a unique experience. Or maybe you've had an experience shared with like 10,000 people. That's not 8 billion. But 10,000 is enough to get a lot of people to believe that you're on to something. How could 10,000 people be wrong? Well, what they could be is a statistic. And I feel like with each year that I've spent on this planet, I am more and more willing to say, if the data proves me wrong, I'm probably wrong. I'm just a person. I've learned things, and I've definitely learned things very specific to my little corner of the world, and that does not mean it's right in any way. And why would anybody be able to make a universal truth based off of something that they've seen or held in their own life? I had this argument with a former coworker. He was a coworker at the time, but we got in a bit of a very short debate, because as soon as he said this one thing, I was like, we're done. I was talking about the concept that people learn through one of 3 different focal lenses. You're either a visual learner, an audio learner, or a kinetic or hands-on learner. And if you're in a university or any sort of schooling scenario, your teacher would do best to find out what learning style you are, and give you a curriculum. Wow, geez, I've spoken English for a couple years now. A curriculum based on your preferred learning style. And since that theory, which is old and based on some poorly sourced study work, data was not very good for what it was. Since then, we've learned we kind of could use all of it. Anybody who's learning something could use some audio. It's beneficial. We could use some visual. That's really good too. We all have, highly developed visual cortex stuff going on in our brains. And we could use hands-on. We could use practice, doing stuff ourselves, modeling the behavior that, we're being taught. We need kind of all of it, and it's all good to have. It's great if we get it from multiple angles. That's a good thing. And I was telling that to a coworker, because I think he was the one that mentioned, like, oh, that person is clearly a visual learner or something like that. I was like, actually, going into nerd mode. And what I said, like based on, that study was poorly designed and science has really found this blah, 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 blah. How he replied was, and this is what shut me down. He said, well, when I was in school, I really found that that I was more visual than anything else. And anytime a teacher focused on visual teaching, that really worked best for me. So I know that I'm more visual than anything else. And I'm like, you're one person. You're one person. You're biased in favor of defending the study. I don't know why. And because you're saying, but my life, I don't think there's anything I can say about debunking a study that's going to make this person change his mind, because his life, his rules, or his life, therefore all of humanity, according to the way he was talking. So, all right, this conversation's clearly over. We're done here. Oh, another Shield of the Slain Unicorn? Will we merge up to... it's not a plus anything. But that brings us halfway towards +3. What is this? Mode of lesser potential? We want that. Okay, let me catch up with shit. Oh, damn. Did Likos actually come in and out while I was having that whole rant? Fuck. Real talk, I'll be dipping. What? When did you even come in the first place? This is D's chat. Was coming back here, got dragged into another chat. Wait, what? I might be dumb and still getting used to chat arena. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Modern Western concepts of wisdom are very fascinating to me, coming from a Germanic perspective. I would agree. They're fascinating to me too. Can we pull this room without pulling that room? I sure hope we can. I was supposed to be gone for 10-ish minutes, but got dragged into a heated political discussion. Can you at least just drop the topic that you guys were arguing about and then leave real quick before we get into the same conversation here? Because for reals, I'm going to pull you in if you stay. So don't stay. But I do want to know what y'all were talking about. Hi, everybody. So lovely of you to teleport. Okay, it does not teleport the Kobold King room. Good stuff. Now we can stay here and do the thing. We've got the AoE. Yeah, we've got Denons. And then we've got the single target. And we've got the damage shield. We're in a good, healthy spot to do lots of passive damage to big group pulls like this. This is perfect for me for this area. And these guys being blue. Oh, I should level up right now, actually. So at level 43, this area should be trivial. I should not die again. Although if I die, it's not a big deal. There's no death penalty or anything. Ooh, stay. Kit, how dare you? Likos has work in the morning, maybe. I don't know. He's got things he's got to do. We must respect the Likos. But yeah, like if somebody steps in and tells me, the thing that you're talking about right now that's actually been disproven, my first instinct isn't to explain why I think that way and defend it and say, you should think this way too. And well, everybody from this background thinks this way. I usually pull out my phone and I try to see if what they're saying is accurate. Are they really debunking me? Where's the study that they're pulling this from? Is that study well funded? Let me catch up. Let me catch up to the reality. Tell me the ways of the world that I've missed out on. It excites me when I'm missing something and then somebody else steps in and tries to help out and says, don't worry, I can catch you up. Modernity actually says it's like this. And this is well funded, and this is double blind, and the controls are all good, and there's no bias, and yeah. That stuff excites me. All right, Priest, you have basically no mana. I'm still gonna stun you. I'll be respectful to Likos. Thanks. Likos needs his sleep. He works hard for his money, so you better treat him right. or so Wise Sage once said. Incels, Nazi ideology. I don't know if we'll have much of a conversation here about all that. I don't think there's anybody in here who's gonna argue the pro manosphere position. I'd laugh. I'd be amazed if you were in this chat and you did. I mean, if you do, good for you. That's great. How we all thought that shit was people being edgy or just full of hate, but how we came to realize it was them genuinely thinking the other is dangerous. In the case of incels, that they're the reason they can't find a partner, not that women are purposefully evil and spiteful. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a liberation in that movement, right? The idea that you are absolved of what could be going wrong in your life. It is an external factor. Great. There's nothing I have to do. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm whole and good as a person. And really, it's a whole bunch of stuff that I can't control. It's a system that's been designed to hold people like me back. There's an opiate for the masses in that, right? Disrespect me, please. It will. Not gonna lie, I'm evil and spiteful, but it's not why they can't get into. I have no problem making fun of the red pill manosphere world, but it's certainly an interesting study in people who want to absolve themselves of personal responsibility, which is so weird because I grew up in there's that ding. Now everybody here is gonna be chop suey. I grew up in an era and a sphere of manhood teaching where one of the most important things that you could do to prove your manly worth or whatever was to uphold personal responsibility. So if anything adverse was happening to you, well, what were you doing about it? Or what happened to you? Or how can you step in and alter the course of your own life? What could you do better? It's not the greatest thinking process either, but it's very anti-incel. It's very well, the third wave feminists fuck this up for everybody. It's really more, if you're a man, how do you reshape your own destiny? Because you are always at the helm of your own ship, which, you know, dodges a whole bunch of things like, what is systemic racism? That couldn't possibly exist because you're at the helm of your own ship. You know, shit like that, where you absolve the greater systems of any blame because you are everything. But then in that sort of mentality of mentality, you wouldn't possibly blame big systems. Big systems have no power over you if you tell yourself they can't. And I feel like that version of what it is to be a man would look at the new red pill movements and say, oh, you guys are weak. You know, you're allowing sociology to step all over you like some sort of cuck. Why don't you just stand up for yourself? And maybe that's, I mean, I don't really know the whole Andrew Tate Bible, but maybe that's where he comes from. And he's like, you know, the only person responsible for holding you back and keeping you away from all these women and getting so many rejections, it's just you. It's been you all along. I don't know. I've never seen any of his instructional materials. Oh my gosh. These two healers healing each other. I do not love this. Considering where I live, I'm familiar with a lot of those types of men hiding behind traditional values. Oh yeah. I'm super not popular with them. Well, you know, that's just if you really want a good tradcon man like that, then you're gonna have to change your wicked sorceress ways. Stop being so pagan and woke. Sadly, because the incel focus example of that convo is a coworker of mine. Oh no, sorry to hear. Can't really say do anything to like stand up against him unless he does something at work to people. So my hands are kind of tied. Yeah, that's kind of sucks. Oh no, people are actually hurting me. Stop hurting me. Ugh. Let me get a superior healing off, please. Oh, my mana is so low now. I don't love this. Can't my damage shield hurt everybody enough that I could just survive this? I'm level 43 now. I'm a big boy. This is third wave feminism holding my halfling down. They are all taking damage. I'm making some headway in the world. In the world of halfling. I'm a halfling female. Shouldn't be saying that they're holding me down. I don't need a man. I'm an independent halfling cleric warrior bard female. But they do hurt. I'd love to cut him off, call him out. But all I can do is quietly warn coworkers not to get involved with him. Oh no. That sucks. Sorry to hear. That sounds really frustrating. Very hand-tying sort of vibe. Did some pony mention paganism? Don't kill me. I have so much life to live still. Stop doing damage to me. There's only 2 of you left. Please stop respawning. Senpai. Okay, cool. Me and the Kobold champion. I think I can win this, maybe. Let me hunker down. I'll catch up with chat. I really need to not die. I don't know. If I die, it's not a big deal. But I want this. Stop. I can at least stun you for a second. Maybe that'll help me out. Oh yeah, Celestial Health. There we go. Got a regen off. There it is. Oh, got him. Whew. That was rough. Now, if anything respawns, I'm dead. But I can at least sit here and heal for a second. And catch up with things. My husband was told I ruined him because he's pro-choice and an ally. Oh, and he wouldn't have been those things without you, right? Which is not how we were raised in our hometown. Gotcha. Yeah, it's all your fault. Not that he grew and made his own growth. Oh, no, it's my fault. Yeah. I had this problem too. Oz and I have a bit of a age gap, and so everybody assumed, well, anything that she believes that's different from how she was raised, it's got to be me messing with her. I'm clearly standing above her, puppeteering the strings and saying, you believe what your man believes, or we can't date. And she's like, oh, no, I couldn't possibly find another man besides D, so I better just believe all these same things. And we don't believe this. We have a lot of debates and controversy between us. We disagree on things that don't matter intensely and agree on the things that really do matter significantly. But it doesn't matter. As she grew, people blamed me anyways. Guess I'm ruined as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I blame Kit too. Somehow, Kit probably affected all of us. The whole reason why I'm so bad for Oz is probably Kit's fault. I'm just going to blame her too. Saying I ruined myself sounds weird, but I also... Oh, shit. I thought something respawned. But I also came from a really conservative father figure trying to make me like that. Yeah. I mean, same. My 18-year-old daughter could probably help. She will hurt feelings with compliment and eviscerates incels. Nice. Eviscerates incels is something I would put on a resume for sure. Oh, we're full. Or full of mana anyways. My health is still low. That's kind of weird. Same with the side of religious trauma. Oh, yeah. I've definitely had a couple spoonfuls of that as well. Raised her right? I would say so. I don't don't know all of Kit's parenting tricks and tidbits and all that sort of insider track stuff, but based on outcomes, I would say if Kit decided to write a book on parenting, I'd buy it, 100%. Oof, you guys. You're trying so hard and you're doing so poorly. Level 43 me is doing significantly better at these rooms than level 42 me was doing. She's almost 6 feet tall. The intimidation is real. That part is so sad. I was just talking with Oz about this the other day because, she was wearing like platform heels that really brought up her height. And I think we've mentioned this before to each other, but our height difference is enough that it feels very traditional. Like, it's fine. I'm taller than her in the very expected sort of traditional, typical way. And when she wears the platforms and the heels, she gets taller than me, and that's fine too. They're just shoes. And so we've talked about it. You know, how would I really feel if she was taller than me all the time, or would I ever have dated somebody taller than me? And to me, I don't chase that. I am shallow to some degree, but I'm shallow for like indicators of you caring about yourself. If somebody doesn't care about themselves very much, I feel kind of like I don't necessarily want to be the one to care about you if you can't summon it yourself. Like health crises and stuff set aside, you know, if you start dating somebody and then they go through something tough, like a bad grieving a family member or something, and it really hits them hard and they go through a season of their life where things are bad, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you stopped feeding yourself well, peace, I'm out of here. Not like that, but like when you first meet somebody, if there are indications that they're not living for their own good, like there's something off there, that might be an indicator. So I'm kind of shallow in that regard. But height was never a thing. The only thing I concern myself about with height is I've seen some attractive women taller than me, and I've always thought I'd be fine with this if they were, because I realize that's not always on the table for some people. Some people care more about height difference than me, and I'm not going to force my ideas on them. If my yum is yuck to you, that's fine. Let's agree to disagree and go our separate ways. Height's not really a big deal. Yeah. So it's always funny to me to hear that guys have an issue with a girl who happens to be like disnormatively tall. Like, I don't know. Deal with it. Figure out your own shit. Go to therapy. Solve it for yourself. Bro, she's taller than me. Happens. It's just, nature of humanity. Just like the average human has less than 2 arms. It's just how we do. All right, priest. Thank you. Jeez, took them a while to kick the bucket there. She likes heels. Excellent. She asked out a guy who was probably half a foot shorter. Bothered him. So, oh well. That's a shame. Especially when she's got the chutzpah to step up and make the first move. That to me is attractive because it's rare, you know? And to me, also, rare traits are an important factor too. If somebody shows that they have some quality that's rare or different than everybody else, as long as it's not, hey, I happen to have a really diverse firearm collection compared to all of the other girls you've met. You know, it has to be rare and good or benign. Then yeah, that should be, I don't know, a positive factor. I guess some guys are just insecure. It's weird to me that there's so many guys whose ego matter. Their egos matter so much. It makes me sad. You're probably missing out on a lot of life if you're constantly worried about how you how your self-esteem is for yourself, to the point where you make yourself miss out on opportunities. I couldn't care less about someone's height. Yeah, I feel the same way. All right, Kobold King. It's just you and me, buddy. I got so much love. I got so much love. I like short girls, but that's because I find it endearing and cute. Nothing wrong with having tastes. Yeah, it's cool. The idea of someone being weirded out by a girl being tall is just wild. Yeah, I mean, you could have preferences of height and still be okay with somebody who's not in that preference. Oz and I were counter preference to our typical, the folks that we would normally date. And it worked out. Like, our personalities and our pros and cons, our strengths and weaknesses all worked out fairly well together. It turned out that we were a good match, even if we wouldn't have picked each other as like peak top of our spreadsheet of things that we wanted. Oh man, I'm fighting a whole freaking room of things. Do y'all mind? I mean, I have the mana for this. It's just, do you mind? I guess the more things are fighting me at once, as long as I can survive them all, it means I'm doing more damage because my damage shield will hit all of them. My AoE will hit all of them. It'll work. But the part that's annoying is some of these guys, like this shaman, can heal. Oh, son of a bitch, the champion's here too. And that makes everything much more annoying. Right, height isn't an issue in my mind. No, I don't think it is for me either. I'm short. They all got their height from their dad, so I get it. Lumity, have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Oh, I don't want to fight you. Fuck. I want to fight the shaman. There we go. The shaman's the healer out of this crowd. I really want to get rid of that guy first. Otherwise, this fight will take forever. I'll not be surprised if she tells me she wants business cards with her socials on it. That'd be a good way to sort of break the ice, yeah? She made a comment about the inconvenience of writing it all out. I mean, it's inconvenient, but it's also an endearing thing when you've got your own handwriting there. I think that can kind of like sell your case for somebody who might be on the edge. Like, I don't know, is she my type or not? But then like going that extra step, it feels like you've been chosen, as opposed to, well, I had this in my pocket anyways, and it was printed from Vistaprint, and you know what I mean? I joked about business cards. I mean, if you do it right, if you get the full American Psycho business card game going on, you could probably score a man by getting the right ecru shade and the right font raised so you can feel the bumps. She looked thoughtful. Why not? Why not? Gosh, I survived this room again. This is, I mean, it's a thing. This is a whole vibe. Me just being able to sit here and mostly auto attack and still just ravage an entire room of kobolds and survive it all. The experience is definitely slower in your 40s, but, or at least fighting blues. Maybe if I was in a different room fighting yellows or something, it'd be better. But the yellows don't drop loot, and these guys continuously drop this kind of stuff that I can merge. So I can get, oh, it's a +1. Hell yeah. That means it's going to be a +3 right now, watch. Base damage is 12. AC is 11. Let's see those two stats move up, please. They did. Base damage 13, AC 12. Cool. This is definitely better than the old shield now. The old shield's a +1, but the AC was 11 here. So it would, if I kept going for more spike buckler pluses, I probably would have gotten this, but the shield gives me the AC of having a shield. It gives me bash, I think. I think I can still bash with this one. And I get all these other, the ability to use this as a weapon. It's definitely my preferred, my go-to now. Of course, I have preferences, but I really don't care if someone fits them or not. It's just a bonus. Yeah, 100%. That's entirely the way I feel. Like if somebody is in my preference categories with like 5 or more of my like absolute preferred traits, I will spit and stammer and talk awkwardly and be the most shy, awkward person and say all the wrong things in front of that person. And then I'll go home to my wife, who is none of those things and is still the one I would choose to be my wife and mother of my kids and everything. Because at the end of the day, while those things are fun, they're not Oz. Yeah. The Teddy and I are pretty polar opposites in most ways. I find opposites don't need to attract or not attract so much as I do like if somebody's traits balance yours. I'm really bad at this, but she's really good at it. He does this and I don't, and that's perfect. You know, if you can really fill a full human being's worth of traits, that's probably a dangerous way to say it. But if two people can come together and do more than they could do alone because they are strong where the other person's weak or scared or whatever, that I think that's a great scenario to be in. Yeah. Oh, hello everybody. Hi. Come on in. Let's respawn, shall we? It's like I prefer seafood or Mexican, but if we go to Olive Garden, I'm still eating good. Yeah, 100%. That's a great example. I have my preferences. I'm still happy with the family that I have. We complement each other wonderfully. Yes, that's my favorite. I really like having the knowledge that somebody has my back in the things that I suck at. I didn't always have that in my life, and once you find it, it's great, and you don't want to let that kind of stuff go. All right, looks like the king room's respawning. Oh, are you going to come down here? Hi, Targan the Rock. We're going to fight the priest first, because otherwise the priest is just going to heal Targan out the wazoo. I feel like preferences change so much as you get older. That's true too. I definitely had a certain type, especially in high school. I was like, my dream girl is like X, Y, and Z, and that's perfect. And then as I grew up and got older, all the things that I thought I wanted, I didn't actually stick with, or they didn't stick in me. And later on, my preferences changed pretty significantly. And there are some things that, and those of you who have been in long-term relationships or marriages can attest whether you feel this way too. I think that the longer you stay with one type of person, there are certain aspects of who they are that become part of your type. I won't say that being with Oz overwrote everything that I like in a girl, but I will say that what I like in a girl now has in some ways been inspired or altered course a bit here and there by who Oz is or some trait of hers. So that wasn't by choice. I didn't decide, well, this is my wife, so things about her should interest me if I find them in other people. I didn't make that conscious. It just happened. Oh, this priest is so low in health, and they're just healing themselves through all of my damage. You're the worst. I only have so many stuns. I hate you so much. Listen, priest. You're just letting Targan the Rock rock me over here on this. Well, honestly, they're not doing a whole heck of a lot of damage. But, yeah, this is so annoying. I literally, for most priests, have to wait out their entire mana pool. Or what? Look, he got almost up to 50% health again. Son of a bitch. You jerk. in the horrible event I ever have to date again, I'm looking for compatibility of personality. Be a good person. I think so too. Yeah. I would much rather find somebody late in life. Well, I'd much rather not find somebody late in life. Just stick with Oz and call it. But if I had to, I would just be like, hey, I got systems in my life I got to keep intact. I got things the way I like them. Hopefully you like match up well with all of that, because I'm not trying to find somebody who looks a certain way and messes up the nuance to how I live. Finally, almost to a point where I'll let myself start looking. Okay. All right. Interesting. I've said many times, Fancy and I are extremely similar to Oz and yourself. Yeah, I think so too. I do, based on everything that I've learned about you guys over the years. Preferences can sometimes change on a month-to-month basis for me. Yeah, I can see that. Sometimes I'll randomly find something I didn't even know was a preference until the moment it happens. Interesting. That's kind of funny. It's like your life surprises you. It's like, hey, you didn't know this, but guess what? You like this. You like this now. Is there a healer here? There's not a healer here. Good. I do not want to fight with more kobold healers. You guys are super annoying when you heal. Self-discovery moments. Yeah, 100%. The idea of needing to date does scare the shit out of me, not gonna lie. I feel like need is a strong word. Like, humans, we're eusocial creatures, right? There's stuff that it benefits us to connect with the greater world. And so while I don't know if I'd use need, I do think that if you are interested in love and partnership and romance, that in some ways you got to get yourself out there and make life happen. Dating is a part of that. So there's a need there, but that need's based on, you know, what you value in life, what you want to get out of life. Because relationships are not for everybody. I locked down my partner when I was 14. Dang. Interesting. I think I know some of that, but not the whole story. It'd be interesting to swap lore sometime. Naturally or assisted. Nice. I mean, at some point, you got to ask yourself those questions. Oh, everything's spawning and everything's coming into this room. I did not want. And why are so many of you here in the king's room of all places? I hate it. And you're all healy-dealies. A whole bunch of you are healy-dealies. I better hope I can survive all of this. Just sustain. I hate it. I didn't ask for any of this. Is Superior Healing better than Celestial Echo? I feel like it must be. Because Superior Healing is longer cast time, and it's a one-time cast. I feel like that means it's gotta be more mana conservative, but at the same time, I can't worry about that. I just gotta worry about surviving. The longer I live, they can all smack me around all they want. As long as I continue to live. And, yeah. Oof. Wait. There's a light blue here. Shit. Can we get that light blue out of the way? What is this? What did I pull up? Poles? I'm not about that. This guy. Why can't I click on him? Yeah, you. Oh, I'm gonna die right now. Fuck. I have mana. I still have mana. Hang on, everybody. I might survive this yet. As long as my mana keeps coming back relatively quickly, and I keep casting my songs and everything, I might actually survive this. Plus, look at how low everybody's health is when I get to them. Like, am I hurting right now? I sure am. I sure am. But when I finally get to these guys, their health is like 30% of what it was. And then knocking them down real fast is a lot easier, which means I take less damage. Oh, the unicorn shield again. More merge. Is this the final merge? To get to... Oh, I've already gotten to level 3. Maybe we'll get to level 4 tonight. Nah, I don't want to stay up that late. Hang on, Cobalt King. You're still lower than me by 1 level. I should be able to survive you just standing here and singing my songs. Oh, did somebody else spawn in or no? Feel like you're getting heals. Or no, maybe you're not. I think he's draining my health and then healing himself off of it. You jerk. I say need. Oh, hang on. He's running away. I gotta focus on killing him and surviving myself. Good. He didn't walk too far. All right. Stay here for a second. Don't die. Wait, I can do a thing, actually. If I target you and then hit hide and then check to see if they can't see me, then I know I'm hidden correctly. Perfect. Now, if anything spawns, they won't aggro me. Liko says, I say need as in if I want to find someone, which I do, I need a date to really find something. True. That is true. I wouldn't worry so much about that. Just be a good person, and dating's easy. I don't really do much in the way of dating. It does happen, but I don't seek it out really. Oz and I dated for a long time before I got married. That's not the playbook. That's just how it happened with us. Can't win if you don't play situation. Exactly. That's very true. Why does my hair keep wanting to go south? Not that I want it to stick up straight like that either, but it's either like up or it's like coming down across my 5 head. Either way, it's not what I want. We were in high school, small town. He had a girlfriend. Oh, but then he didn't. Here we are 28 years later. Nice. I do like the long play. There's one girl I dated that one of the main reasons we dated is because she showed interest in me and I was already in a relationship, and she patiently and politely waited and continued to like check in here and there. And it was never skeezy. It was not, you know, are you done with her yet? Sort of bullshit. It was just, you know, she waited, and when it was her time, it was her time. And you know, she won. It wasn't Oz, so I can't say she won forever. But she won something. She won some dating. Oh, I don't want to cast that right now. So it worked out for a while. Not 28 years. I know I got it. I'm not looking forward to all the bumps and crap. It'll be until I find the right person, but it'll be worth it when I do. You know, I don't know. The right person doesn't necessarily have to be the right person initially either. You can grow together into being right for each other if you can work through hard times. Like maybe you and the person you're dating are rough around the edges, but the longer you spend, especially going through conflicts and talking things through and arguing about things, if you do it right and you move forward with everything that you do, in other words, every fight you have is foundational toward your continued growth together, then I think you can make it work with a lot more people than most of us give credit for. Because I think the real thing is that the perfect person isn't really out there, but if you can handle hard times with somebody with grace and you can work together through that, you can grow together with a lot more people than I think we believe initially. She still hates me? Wait, really? If something incidental were to happen to you would she be like knocking on your widower's door and be like, hey, so it's been 28 years. What say you? What say you in this act of your life? Though seeing as I'm married, I don't feel the need often. I've been with Fancy for 20 years now. Granted, my situation isn't the norm. Being the norm, being not the norm, I don't think is as important as it needs to be anymore. We all have commonalities and differences, and normalcy is so boring, so lame. What does it even mean anyways these days? What is normal? Yeah, normal is overrated, 100%. We only dated a couple months before he asked if we could be exclusive. That's pretty nice. But neither of us are interested in marriage. Okay. I think marriage is one of those things that if you don't feel it, you shouldn't listen to anybody else's opinion on it. Marriage makes sense to people that want it, and it makes no sense otherwise. It's one of those things. It's like liking cilantro. If you don't like cilantro, somebody who loves it can say whatever they want about it. It's not going to change your tongue. Which one of you is a healer? None of you? All right. I'll just kill the monk then. Hey, monk. I think she would absolutely try to slide back into his life. Oof. I told him I will haunt his entire existence, so don't go there. You should just be stuffed like a bearskin rug on the ground, on the floor, in the living room, with your eyes trained at the front door. So if she tries, you're staring at her from the grave. My luck is cursed. I fell for a lesbian. Oh no. That's just like the Weezer song, Pink Triangle. Still have feelings for her, but I kind of just ignore it. It doesn't affect me. Now we're best friends. Oh, cool. She trusts me even more than her actual partner, which is nice, but also slightly concerning. That's a little bit awkward. It's a little unfair to you in some ways. But you know, if you two can manage it. I have friends who I've been in like not exclusive relationships with, but we've had things in our past. And sometimes it doesn't work well, and sometimes it does. It depends on the person. Some folks, I'd be like, hey, you know, the way I felt or feel or whatever, like, I don't see this being a comfortable or happy experience for us to continue forward. And others, I've, you know, wanted to keep them around in my life because they were important when we were whatever we were. And that doesn't stop or change just because we're seeing other people. It just changes the boundaries of that. You know, it just changes the shape of how you relate to them or what's possible. And if you're both civil about it and respectful to whoever you are with, then doesn't have to be a thing. Why is that other room not respawning? That makes me feel weird. What's going on with this room? Oh, hey. Oh, hey. You respawned. Never mind. Here you are doing the thing, hanging out in here. I just couldn't see them from over in that other room up there. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. Yes. Fate, yeah. Relationships can do really weird, sad, annoying, frustrating things. But roll with the punches as best as you can. That's all we can do. Try to figure out ways to survive life. That's macabre, but I think my kids would be down with the mom mannequin. Nice. Yeah, I'm if I'm anything, I'm a dark humorist, so if I overstep a line, just let me know. I try to be civil and tasteful in my jokes, at least. I don't go for low-hanging fruit. But I do step on sensibilities. Because it's fun. Good chatting with you. Gonna head to bed. Crims, have a wonderful night. Thanks for popping in. I'll probably chat you up at some point during the course of the week before your next stream or my next stream. Life is goofy. Somebody told me that I should write, or that they wanted to write my biography. Actually, they didn't say, you should write your story. They wanted to write my story. But then we got sitting down together and they said, you know, what do you want? What would you want your biography to tell the world? I was like, I don't know, like the weird stories that I had, that I experienced. I lived a weird life. And like usually a biography has some sort of like a theme to it, or like a moral or whatever. I was like, oh, I don't think I have one of those. So then it was like I sort of trashed the idea. Plus there's so much stinking narcissism around my core life. I know way too many narcissists. And too many of them were very, very close, or are very, very close in my inner sphere, to the point where it makes me really nervous that I might be infected. I don't know. There's some things like I don't like doing. I don't like talking about myself too much, and I don't like when the focus is heavy on me and it's interesting to people, or they say like praising or like, oh, you're so cool, or you're so different, or you're so smart, or you're so this or that, because I start to feel like, well, if you keep saying stuff that inflates my ego, then I'm going to convert and become a narcissist, which I know it's bullshit, but it's like this weird, I don't know, similar to imposter syndrome in my brain, where it's like I can't tell myself stop thinking or feeling this way. And so I thought, oh, if I write a book about myself and my life, or if somebody else writes a book about me, it's like, it's all self-inflating. Like, look how cool Dee's story is. You should all pay him money to read about the life that he would have lived anyway. So I decided against it. I didn't think that the world should hear about my life. But then I realized that I have an issue where I find myself rather blind to narcissists, and a good amount of problems that came to me in my life about narcissism were because narcissists could get to me, if that makes sense. Like they could enter into my life, become critically important people, and fuck with my life because I'm so blind to narcissism. Well, Malkale, hi, welcome on in. Why don't I hear the raid? Oh, because you followed first. Is the raid about to play the thing? Didn't play the thing.
You stop kissing.
There it is. Welcome on in. I'll tell the story about why I might write my life story in a second. But first, let's welcome our raiders. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. How was stream? Hello, hello. For those of you that are entering this channel for the very first time, my name is Damian Holme, professional disruptor of the status quo. We do deep chats, podcasty sort of streams where we talk about the dark stuff about life, the universe, topics you're not allowed to talk about during Thanksgiving, or you won't get invited back by your completely opposite politics family members. You can talk about all that stuff here. And there's usually games happening in the background too. So, you know, visual fun while we dive into the rich depths of existence. Malco, what were you playing tonight? What's good in your hood? Also, if anybody's been on line for a long time and it's time to make a sandwich, take a shower, take your meds, go do some self-care, leave a lurk. Go find me across all my socials. It's just my name, Damian Holme, everywhere. So you just search my name. You'll find whatever thing that you do. You a TikToker or Instagrammer or whatever you do the thing. You'll find me there. Go lurk. Go do the thing. But if you are hanging out for a while, we were talking about relationships and finding the right one and the pressure to date and what it's like to find the one and concessions that you have to finding true love or at least somebody nice to date. In the meantime, let's do a shout out while we're here, by the way. Shouting out Malcolm. Also playing some MMOs.
The Praetorus. You ready to go on the Shadow Hand if it starts coming at us?
Spooky.
I expect they're both gonna come running for us. Nope, we're not in combat with those.
Ooh. Okay. Good. Hi. I'm short. Sometimes low-hanging fruit is all we can reach. That's nice. Thanks, about to hit. Hey, how are you enjoying EverQuest Legends? Honestly, it's all the nostalgia that I thought it would be, but it's also more. There's a lot of AA and spell strategy sort of work and finding the right places to farm the things that you want, what you want to get, and how you want to play. And for me, like being in places that I never did in the original EverQuest because they either were unpopular or for whatever reason, I just didn't go there with my friends or we just didn't do certain content. And so it's been nice. It's like seeing the game through a different light and lots of quality of life things that I think make the game more interesting to explore this late, like this far out. It's still very dated in many ways, but it gives us something to do, something interest. And it's also like low key enough. I can basically do combat with maybe 4 spells and skills. So we can focus more on chatting and hanging out, that kind of thing. Yeah. I don't have anything for a sandwich. Kit, can't you just pull something from the void? This is one of your superpowers. Anyway, yeah, by all means, go de-stream. Take care of yourself. If it's late where you are, sleep well. Thanks for popping in and trusting me with your community, as ill-advised as that is. The void is out of supplies? Oh no. Well, color me surprised. Sorry, that was awful. It was the worst pun ever. I'll go. I'm just kidding. I have to stay. Now everybody's here. Wait, I don't remember pulling the king room. How the heck did all of you get here? You jerks. And one of you is a healer, aren't you? Somewhere in there. Somewhere in that mess of names. Maybe not. You're just you're taking a frustrating amount of time for me to slowly damage shield and dot my way through the lot of you. Sure, join in the fun. Let's just fight every kobold all at once. If you're still here, Malkiel, or anybody else who's playing EverQuest Legends, what are you playing and why? What's your race, class these days? Just let me have one Celestial Echo. Just one. Thank you. This is quite the me sitting here and just letting everybody hurt themselves on my shields. Oh, there's the champion. Hi. This is going to be way worse now. My health is really going to drop precipitously at this point. You're also low level compared to me, though. I think we can make this work. Yeah, I believe that there are probably people waiting for something nefarious to happen to Oz as well, and are just kind of watching from the eaves and is like, "Hey, D, if your wife should happen to, I don't know, buy the farm, kick the bucket, go on a long one-way trip to, I don't know, whatever." Yeah, I do wonder, you know, who out there is waiting for a chance or a possibility. I know there are certain people that have said, like, whatever we will never become, I will always hold like a certain place in their heart or whatever. I'm sure I've said that to a few people too, and meant it. But at the same time, you know, there's only so much of you to go around. Even if you are poly, not that there's anything wrong with that. I feel like, you know, you're limited by time and money and whatever other resources. So it's like you can give a certain amount of you and then that's it. There isn't more. Nice. That's just fine still. Cool. And so at some point you got to say, as much as I love X number of people, that could be 0 or 1 or whatever number. You also have to admit there's this much of me. I think the same thing with kids too. I remember hearing an interview with one of those like Octa moms or whatever, had somewhere between 6 and 10 kids. I can't remember exactly what. And they said that they wanted another kid. And part of the reasoning is, well, I still have so much love to give. It's like, no, at some point you kind of don't. As a lover and a parent and anything else that you want to do and be in other people's lives, at some point there's a limitation to what you're able to do and give to other people. Oh, the king's here and they're alone. Fuck. Let's just do a couple of superior healings and we should be fine. I want to fight the king without a bunch of other rando stupid spawns everywhere. But yeah, I have 2 kids and that feels good. Having a third might feel good. We'll see. We have things to consider if that, you know, is on our table. And 4, if I think about it, feels like it would be okay. But if I think about the amount of attention that I want to give each individual family member in my household, Oz included, she's super important in this whole thing. So you can't neglect individual time with her. One-on-one time with my kids and everything. 4, I start to feel like, do I really have enough time when I'm not earning money and I'm not sleeping and I'm not shoving food in my face to show 4 kids and a wife the right time, attention, resources, and everything to make them all feel the love that I want them to feel? Or will they feel like there's just less of me to go around than maybe they would prefer? And above 4, that 4 is where I start to, you know, question 4 kids, that is, where I start to question, would I really be giving the time that I want to give? Above that, I can't fathom it. I can't imagine having a life where it's like 1 wife, 5 kids, that's 6 people. I work, you know, however many hours in a given week that I do. And then I sleep and I eat and I have other things I have to take care of, the house and the lawn and stuff like that. And it's like, in the time that's not all of that, do I gather them all up together and say things to them as a crowd? Hey, family, I love you guys all together. I don't need to know about you specifically. Don't tell me how your day went. It's going to take up too much time to hear you all individually. But I'll just speak to you en masse and say, your husband and father loves you all. and I'll say it again tomorrow and the day after that. I don't know. I like to get to know people more one-on-one. That includes my own family members. And if I only got time for that because there's too many of you, that's on me. I made too many of you then, possibly. Okay, I think this budget spreadsheet is built out. I want to... Can you copy your spreadsheet and make a copy of it and then delete all the financials? I just want to know, like, how you laid out your information, what you put in, like how you made your budget important work for you and how it functions. I'm just so curious. I'm always curious how this sort of gathering of critical information can't be more critical in your life than, you know, where your money's going and coming in and all of that, as far as like data tracking. It's makes or breaks you here in the US anyways. I like to see how other people gather that information together and how it all looks when it's put together. I'm also just a big nerd. I'm not a big nerd when it comes to money. Like, this isn't a financial stream. I won't be telling you what crypto you need to invest in or anything like that. That's on you if you want to do that kind of stuff with your cash. But I do like the concept of when you are concerning yourself with how much money you get in each month and what money goes out and where, and how are you aware of it, and what does it look like? How does it make you feel when you look at the data? I think that kind of stuff is important. People don't think about that kind of stuff when you're making a spreadsheet. You know, when you look at it, do you feel scared or nervous, or does it look cool, or are you hiding things under percentages, which should be raw numbers, because otherwise you get existential dread, stuff like that. Like, I'm just always kind of curious about that kind of shit. I want to, at some point, I want to schedule out where I share my budgeting spreadsheet, which is on version 12, by the way. Version 12. And I've had, subversions in there. It's not just I've done this 12 times. I've done this numerous times, but 12 is the big version number. I care a lot about how we track our household data. It's not just budgets. I care more about just finance, but also like task handling and household particulars and transfer of information from family member to family member. I have all sorts of crazy systems, and some of them failed miserably and we don't use them anymore, or they're old and stale, and some of them are great. We still use them. Everything's, yeah. It's just a big systems guy, I guess. Well, this is kind of nice. We're just like fighting one at a time now, instead of a whole room full of you guys. Of course, this does sort of negate me having an AoE song and a damage shield, because I'm not doing intense damage per second if I'm just fighting one at a time, but it's something. I'd be down to share it. Cool. Excellent. I have 2 budgets, one for each paycheck per month. Interesting. Inside is the name of the monthly expense, the expected max to pay. Oh, nice. You do maxes too. Yeah, I do that too. And then what the amount was for the month. That way I have a total for how much I might possibly need to pay all the bills and how much I ended up needing. Nice. Yeah, I like that. I do the same kind of thing. Every bill that we have that is set in stone, there are the set in stone numbers there, right? Like your internet generally isn't a variable cost. You pay one monthly fee and it's the same monthly fee all the time until a price hike goes up, and then it just changed the numbers going forward in the future if they've changed the pricing. But some things like your electric usage is going to be different from month to month. So I have a highest month ever number that I have in, and I do that for each month of the year, because where we live, probably you too, your July and August expenditures for electric are going to be way different than like December and January electric. And so you can't just put one number and expect that to hold across the whole year. So I have this sort of like, waveform or it gets really low in the winter, but it's like the highest it's ever been. And then when we go less than that, hopefully most of the time we go less than that number, then I adjust it to be the real number after we get the actual bill for it. So I do that kind of stuff. Yeah. This is my big version 2 rewrite. Oh, good stuff. So you're already into versions as well. Excellent. The one I had for a long time was all just general estimates and not like good. It was very much a single tab with 15 lines of I expect food to be this much this month. Expect entertainment to be this much. Okay. I mean, it's a start. Yeah. Now I got a pretty in-depth tracking that's highly expandable to bring in new categories and be easily represented. I like that. I like that too. Yeah, mine has like a feed tab. Oh, you just teleported in. Hi. Where you can add stuff to the feed that is new, a new category, and it goes in just like all the other categories. And I actually, if I feel like it's going to be a recurring expense forever, then you can also, there's a way to sort of implement that in so that you can sort of project what the next few years are going to look like as well. If you already know that, you know, well, I presume that now that we have this subscription, we're going to maintain the subscription for forever or for X number of years. Or if you know it's going to be like a card payment, well, that's going to be 60 months, right? So you have 60 monthly payments that are in on the feed part of the spreadsheet, and that's just guaranteed. Very few people are going to say no. Partway through, I'm just going to stop paying, and I'm going to say no to the car after all. You know, you have certain expectations of where money goes. Why don't you come over here? I wonder if Targan will follow you. Nope. Just the cleric. Excellent. God, our electric for this month is outrageous. Yeah. July, August, September are the worst. Yep. It's pretty garbo. But basically, if I had it any other way, I don't think I could have it any other way. During these months, I need to hide inside in AC, and I'm going to spend more electric in because I don't want to do outdoor activities. I mean, the age of our kids, though, we do try to get them out as much as possible. They're still young and pliable and need their batteries run down, or when it's time for bed, they won't sleep. So we gotta get them out and about. Luckily, in our area, we do have some good shady things to do during the summer, and there are a few splash parks in our area that are very fun and wet and cool places to be. So I don't have to suffer like a sad sack everywhere I go. But yeah, if I had it my way, I'd just stay indoors, stay on a computer, stay in the AC, and pay exorbitant electric bills. This cleric. Why must we play this game, cleric? Well, I mean, we're playing EverQuest. That's just how it is. I just don't want you to keep healing. So lame. This is the worst part. The healers. Are we fighting the king again too? I hear the sound of a Shadow Knight pet. I feel like we must be. Yeah, I think what I need to do though is have some sort of like dummy values for my spreadsheet, because if I take out all of the monetary values, it gets really hard really quick to figure out what the heck my spreadsheet does, what it means. If you have dummy numbers in there, then I don't have to share my finances with you, and people can get an idea of what the heck they're looking at and why I have things laid out the way they are. A house is big and the AC is not right for the square footage. Oh, gotcha. Lowest I can get in the bill in a month, like August, where it's supposed to be like 112. 112 degrees tomorrow, Fahrenheit, for those of you that don't know freedom units. Is 848. That is brutal. That is a brutal amount, and I assume pretty much almost all of that is AC. Like your December bill is probably a quarter of that, right? That's awful. Your state sucks. I'll say it. I'll be the brave one to put it out there. I don't know how people can live in areas where they need that much AC. I already feel like the amount of AC I need here is indication that Georgia is not my final resting place. My bones will be lying in the clay soil of Georgia saying, "Why here? Take me to the frozen north. Bring me across the border and bury me like a Canadian, like your Canadian girls. Or take me back to Finland. You could set up my skeleton against the Russian border so that they'll be scared to cross over. Russia will finally get the guts to invade Finland. All right, it's time. It's time to have Soviet Finland again. And then they'll see me and they'll, never mind. We don't need that country. Fuck, Damien's over there. December, I don't even clear 100 some winters. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm making my way, making my money, making back my... I can read, I promise. I'm making back my money in the winter. I mean, sort of. Used to have to pay a electric bill. But, something. Wait, what's going on? Why do I have a timer for 2 minutes there? Please tell me that's not Instagram finally catching up or something. I swear to God, if I open up my Instagram stream thing here and it gives me the option to actually do a live video right now. No, then what the heck? I have this, it's got to be Instagram. It's trying to do. My Instagram stream's completely broken. It was broken yesterday. It's broken today. Meta has just, everything has made Instagram worse and worse and worse the longer it survives under the metaverse. Oh. Hi, friends. Gosh, that was another king clear. I don't know if I have a whole lot more in me. This is feeling more and more like a very long merry-go-round of just the same 3 rooms. We already know I can't do too much deeper in, except like the spiders and the death beetles, which I don't know. It's not a whole heck of a lot to. It's not a lot of loot, and it would just be getting experience, I suppose. Which is, I mean, I don't have to play this game just for loot, but yeah, I'm starting to get over at least this area of the game. Maybe I'll go to Kedge Keep after the... Well, Kedge has some higher level things than this, but I already know their loot table's not really a great fit for what I've got going on. I've been there off stream. It was like, it's okay. Not the worst, especially as a bard. You can just sing. It's an underwater dungeon, so you can just sing holding your breath songs and you'll be fine. I know this sounds funny, but there's a song that makes it so you can breathe underwater. That's what I mean to say. Yeah, I might just clear this guy and then head out the dungeon. I don't need to keep going. Well, and then those two. And then that guy, because, you know, everything will keep respawning. Let's do travel. This will get Sonar's clouding up, so I could just walk out the dungeon without having to mind any of the trash along the way. And we'll stay outside. I'm sure at 42 and 43, I've unlocked some neat new spells, but I'm not that interested right now in leaving this dungeon area to go get them. Do I have higher disarm, or did I reach max disarm for good? Some of my... Yeah, I guess so. Master 120, 120, and I recently leveled twice, and I don't get new a new cap in that particular ability. It's fine. Let's step out. So many whiny kobolds. Yeah, our electric bill and our heat bill stupid. Our electric and our gas bills are inversely proportional to each other. The winters, they get cold enough here that we have to use gas to run our heater. But during the summer, we have to run electric to run the AC. No season is bereft of some sort of climate control, and so takes its toll on us one direction or the other. But summer, the amount that AC costs to run is significantly more expensive than in the winter what it costs to heat. Plus, we try to keep the heat kind of low. I would rather our kids got in the habit of, putting on a sweater, wearing a robe, or just getting cozy in a big fluffy blanket and drinking hot drinks. Winter has some really fun acclimations if you don't have the whole house pumped full of hot air all the time. You could do some cute stuff to get yourself warm. Cuddle up by a fire and watch a movie and eat soup and grilled cheese sandwich while you're cuddled up in all your fuzzy pajamas and blankets and all that sort of stuff. Summer, you can only take off so many clothes. And if you're still sweating and hot, you can lie still in front of a fan. It's not very fucking fun. Summer sucks. Can't wait for summer to be done. Anyway, enough ranting. I need enough jumping off of this, getting my safe fall skill up as best as it can. This is going to be it for the week for me. So I will see you all again on Friday. We're going to be playing more Deltarune. And so help me. Come into my chat and try to spoil the game, and I will just add you to a very long growing list of people I'm banning, because it's why people like Toby Fox games, because it seems like a lot of you do, and then hate people who stream it. Obviously you hate because of the way that you act. It's just so rude. I will, when I finish Deltarune, I will probably make a little video encouraging 0 people on the planet to stream Toby Fox games. It's been the most negative experience streaming a game ever for me, both Undertale and Deltarune, honestly. So if you're all are civil, maybe we'll have a good Friday. Anyway, yeah, Friday 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, and then again on Saturday, a week from today, same time frame. We're going to be going back to EverQuest Legends and hanging out and chatting and chilling like we do. In the meantime, bother me on socials, DM me, email me. If anybody do people write emails anymore? Unless you have to because of a company or something, like you have to return something and they don't have a online chat AI that you can talk to, so you have to actually formally write an email, and then you use a AI to write the email in the first place because you get nervous writing emails. Anyway, the cyber stalk me is my point, because the more stuff you engage with, and I know some of you are doing immense heavy lifting in that regard, and I thank you. When I see certain apps that I open up and I look in the activity feed and I see your name, you know who I'm talking to, 10 times in a row, like, oh hell yeah, okay, cool, we can pay the bills this month. No, just kidding. We're doing okay. But all of that helps the algorithm, helps new people find us and build our tribe of people more like us, which can't be bad, right? We're great. We're the best people I know. So do that thing. Help us succeed at being content creators, even though everybody and their mom is a content creator these days. We're better because I'm academy trained for it, kind of. I'm bad at interacting with social media stuff. You did great today in one particular medium, which isn't so much social as it is just DMs, but that's fine. If you're bad at doing that kind of stuff, just like find my stuff and hit the repost button. It's amazing how much the willingness to share somebody else's content with other people pushes them up the algorithm. I don't know why that is, but that's a thing that people love. And it just puts your reputation out on the line that the things that I say are things that you would actually condone. All right. For everybody who's not watching on Twitch, your stream is ending right now. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll see you in less than a week. Bother me in the meantime. And thanks for being here.